what is happening, distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy that is radiated by the avatar. So if you see, Akashic reading is not a prediction. It is a direct revelation from the cosmic archives. So there is no such thing as past, present, and future. So beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. So in the dimension of time start the past, present, and the future. But in Akashic readings, there is no past, present, and future, and that is what you call as whatever has happened, whatever is happening, whatever is yet to happen is already very clearly recorded. So with that, we will have an introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Shiva. So he is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts, and he has made the science of manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actually ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sagadnipeetam, the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sagadnipeetam, the present Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order. The Supreme Pontiff is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam, and he is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. And Supreme Pontiff is revered as a teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched. He has authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, in Tamil, English, and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles, and he has released over 20 million copies of books and articles which are sold, read, and downloaded. And he has delivered over 10,000 hours of discourses, enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and he is respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures like the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. And he is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, the Rudras, the Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, Sannyasis. And he is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nityananda Hindu University, in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. He is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems, the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajnapitas, collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf sculptures, and over 20 million digital books. So with that, we will now be moving on to the witnessing the demonstration of extraordinary powers of the third eye by the Balasans and Nityananda Yogis. So we'll be having our Nityananda Yogis and Balasans of the Nityananda order joining with us now after a short break.
Yes. So let us witness the extraordinary demonstration of the Shaktis of Paramashiva, the powers of Paramashiva. But before that, let us learn about what are Shaktis. So today you will be witnessing the following powers of third eye, where one awakens the ability to scan and see everything and anything just as they see with their two eyes. And you will also be witnessing the extraordinary power of body scanning, which is the power where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and any body problems which one has, and can even reveal the root problems and the solutions for those body problems. But before you witness this extraordinary demonstration, let us learn what are Shaktis. In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every person is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and you need to manifest the divine, not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine. So there are two types of manifesting powers, Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and manifest from a deep space of oneness with Paramashiva, from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. They are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis express through ordinary beings in extraordinary ways just after initiation from the avatar, and they lead you towards enlightenment, whereas Siddhis express from tapas or penance and they are on the path of enlightenment. So who is the source of all these Shaktis? How do we manifest all these Shaktis? How do we get initiated into manifesting these Shaktis? Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava and Anugraha. Creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. And Paramashiva has incarnated and landed down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Just to revive all these extraordinary Shaktis, Paramashiva has landed as a 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva and is reviving all these lost sciences. And Swamiji was recognized as an avatar at a very young age by the enlightened gurus, by the Guru Parampara. So there are so many gurus, Annamala Swamigal, Isitki Swamigal, Mata Vibhadanandapuri, Raghupati Yogi, Pundi Mahan, so many of these enlightened gurus who recognize Swamiji as an avatar at a very young age and have trained and taught Swamiji to revive these sciences and to initiate billions of people to manifest these extraordinary sciences from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? How do we manifest these extraordinary Shaktis? Every ultimate truth, Jnana, mapped into your consciousness, Prajna, manifests as a power and possibility of every being, Prajnana. So let us now watch a small video which explains what is Diksha, what is initiation, and what are the side effects of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nityananda Dhyanapitham.
Yes. So let us see how this science, this extraordinary science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the empirical, the unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures by Paramashiva. Next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism who time tested and verified this science. Next is the Atma Pramana or the experience of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Parabhushan. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So where do we get all these Shastra Pramanas from? Where do we get all these source scriptures from? The Veda Agamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the pure ultimate truths explained in the source scriptures, and they are a superior authority for Hindus. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths, and a reference cited from these source scriptures or Shastras is called a Shastra Pramana. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness a unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. So the power of third eye is where one awakens the ability to read with a blindfold. So let us see the Shastra Pramana with the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. Kapalantar manonyasa tishtanvilitalochanaha kramena manasodadhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of Paramashiva. The next is Apta Pramana, where it goes back to the time of Bhagavan Krishna, when Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. And the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, which is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. Natumam shakyase drashtum anenaiva swachakshushah dadami te chakshuhu pasyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. Next is the Atma Pramana. The Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words. The first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degrees, the 10 directions below me, everything, I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all of them as myself. Next is the Sakshi Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So you can see the study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states using the PET, the positron emission tomography. When doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So this is the observation from scientific experimentation. And now you will be witnessing the live Sakshi Pramana and how this rare sacred science is being made available to humanity and how the initiated disciples are able to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis as a day-to-day lifestyle. So along with me, I have Manitya Kaladharananda, who is 15 years old and a Balasant of the Nityananda Gurukul. She is going to be manifesting the power of third eye in front of all of you today, and you will be witnessing how this extraordinary Shakti is being manifested by the Balasants of the Nityananda Gurukul in front of your eyes. So along with me, I have a medically tested eye band. I have a medically tested eye band. You can see in front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. You can see that there's a strap to comfortably strap the eye band to Ma Kaladhara's head. So you can see that this eye band has no gaps, no holes from between the sponge and the opaque sheet. So this is the eye band we'll be placing on Ma Kaladhara's eyes. This is actually tested by one of the top 10 hospitals of India. And it is proven that even with the eyes open inside this eye band, there is no possible way of light entering in this eye band. So I'll be placing this eye band on Ma Kaladra's eyes. You can see that everything is completely the same. I'm not going to be making any changes to the eye band. I'll just directly place it on her eyes. So you can see that the eye band is completely covering her eyes. And now I'm strapping it to her head. So you can see, Ma Kaladra, look to your right, left, up. So you can see it's completely covered and down. Yes. So now, Ma Kaladra is going to be manifesting the power of third eye for all of you. So I request the YouTube comments to be projected. And all of you can go ahead and post any comments you want on the live Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it live in front of all of you today. So I request all of you to go ahead. You can post emojis, numbers, shapes, anything, sentences. You can post medical terms, scientific terms, anything you want on the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel, and Ma Kaladra is going to be reading it live. So I request all of you to go ahead and continue posting. Yes, and Ma Kaladra, I would like you to turn around again. So you show that there's no wires, there's nothing. So you can see that there's no wires around Ma Kaladra's head. It's only her and her eye band.
There's a comment from 7SEARCHFUL has posted Om Sarve Bhavantu Suhila Sarve SUN Santu Niramayaha Sarve BHADRAANNI PARASHAKTI Dukha BHAAG Bhavet Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Yes, so that was amazing. We saw how 7 Searchful has posted Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinas Sarve Shanti Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukha Bhag Bhavet Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And Ma Kaladra was able to read that exactly, and even if she was not able to pronounce the word, she was able to spell it out exactly as it is posted in the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda page. So that was amazing. I request all of you to continue posting. You can post anything you want in the comments, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out. Go ahead and post. You can post medical terms, scientific terms, and you can even post in the language of Tamil. So Ma Kaladra knows how to read Tamil. Anybody who is Tamil can post any comment in Tamil, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out. Okay. And so we also have something interesting today. So you can see I have 3 storybooks with me. So I have 3 storybooks, and there in these 3 these are 3 random storybooks, and in these 3 storybooks there are a total of 31 pages in the first book, 30 pages in the second book, and around 50 pages, around 90 pages in the third book. So I request all of you to, any one of you can choose these any one of these 3 books, and Ma Kaladhara, you can post in the comments and post which book you want Ma Kaladhara to read, and you can also post a page number and Ma Kaladhara will be reading it out. So this is book 1, this is book 2, and this is book 3. Any one of the viewers can post which book they want Ma Kaladhara to read and which page number out of these 3 books they want Ma Kaladhara to read. So I'm showing these 3 books to the So I request all of you to continue posting. I'm holding these 3 books up. Any one of you can choose which book you want Ma Kaladhara to read and which page number, and Ma Kaladhara will be reading it out. I request all of you to go ahead and continue posting. Ma Kaladhara is eagerly waiting to manifest this extraordinary Shakti third eye in front of all of you. Okay, so yes, now all the viewers can choose which 3 books out of these 3 they want.
Yes. Again, 7 search tool has posted. Picture is too small. Yes, my yoga plan is showing the picture closely now.
Okay.
Manitya Parvapriyananda has posted page 30.
Okay, so I request you to post which book you want page 30 to be read. Okay, so I'll be giving a random book. So I'll be choosing any random book out of these 3. So Ma Kaladhara, you can open page 30 in this book and you can read. So I request you to show it a little higher in front of the camera. Yes. Yes, so Ma Kaladhara has chosen this page and you can see how accurate it is. It is page 30, which Ma Kaladhara has chosen.
Yes. 7 search tool has posted Tales of VALVUR.
Okay, so I'll be giving that book to her then. Yes. Ma Kaladhara, you can choose page 30. Okay. So you can see how this is accurate, page 30. Yes, Ma Kaladhara, you can go ahead and start reading. Or you can actually describe the pictures on page 30.
Yes. So here it is green curtain, and there is a girl sitting with a mustard yellow color shawl, and there is a pillow behind her which is light blue, and the tiles are orangish pink, and there is a person standing here speaking to the girl, and he is wearing a purple colored dress with a yellow and black color shawl on his hip, and here they show both of them fighting, and the purple colored dressed person is holding a sword, and here they're showing the picture of them fighting, and here the girl's shawl is flying and the guy is lying down. The guy is lying down. The guy who is wearing a purple dress.
Okay, so that was a very elaborate description. So as all of you can see how Ma Kaladara described that there's a girl wearing a mustard yellow shawl, and that there are two a man in a purple dress is fighting with the girl in the yellow shawl, and the girl is running, and the man in the purple dress is running. So is lying down. So Ma Kaladara has beautifully described. She even described that there's a green curtain here. So you can see how beautifully Ma Kaladara has described each picture with her third eye so accurately. She was able to read the whole thing. Yes, and I encourage all of you to continue posting more page numbers. You can post. We have 3 books with us, and you can post. And the biggest book has 90 pages. So from 1 to 19, you can do 90. You can choose any page, and Ma Kaladara will be describing the pictures, reading, and she will be doing everything through her third eye. Yes, Ma Kaladara, why don't you go ahead and read the next comment?
Expressions of me, I am Ma Jalandristananda has posted. FANTASTLC Ma with an fantastic Ma with an exclamative mark, and she has posted so proud of you with the 2 dots and a closed bracket, and expression of me, I am Jalandristananda has also posted page number 44. Yes, okay, Ma, now I'll be reading the page number 44.
Okay, Ma, we have these 2 books with us. Which book do you want Ma Kaladara to read page 44? And actually in this book which has 90 pages, we have 3 books in one. So this is 3 in 1. So you can choose any book. So even in this, you can choose any book which you want Ma Kaladara to reach page 44.
Expressions of me, I am Ma Jalandristananda has posted the one with the red border.
So Ma Kaladara, you can go ahead and choose which book. Yes, so she has correctly chosen the one with the red border. Yes, Ma Kaladara, open page 44.
This book has only 30 pages.
Okay, amazing. So as all of you can see, this book has only 30 pages in it. Yes. So, Ma Mahajalandristananda, why don't you go ahead and choose another number, Ma, as the one with the red border has only 30 pages. Okay, so okay. Ma Kaladhara, why don't you go ahead and read?
Yes. Expressions of me, I am Mahajarendra Sthitananda has posted ho with an exclamatory mark and wonderful. She has posted all right, page number 22. So now I'll be opening the page number 22.
Yes. So Ma Kaladhara has chosen correctly page number 22. I think the camera is a little blurry, but she has correctly chosen the page number 22. So Ma Kaladhara, why don't you go ahead and read page number 22? You can describe the pictures on page 22.
There are two males, and the first person has a gray but little purple hair, and he has a feather on his turban. He's wearing a dark pink with light pink mixed, dark and light pink, and he's wearing two chains in golden color, and he's wearing a coat kind of top which is dark pink, and inside the top he's wearing is light pink, and the person next to him is wearing a light green turban with a light green shawl and wearing a dark green top. And in the next picture they're showing both of them sitting on top of a cushion, sofa kind of cushion, and there are 4 bolsters which is there next to them, and the sofa which they're sitting on is yellow with green with black color lines.
Okay.
And they're showing 3 pillars, and then in between where they're sitting is light green.
Okay, so Ma Kaladhara has described the top part of the picture. So all of you can see how in the top part of picture Ma Kaladhara beautifully described that there is 2 people sitting up. The first person is wearing a purplish pink kind of dress with a coat on top, and how the second person is wearing a green a dark green shawl and a light green shawl, and in the second box there is 2 people sitting on a sofa, a cushion kind of thing with 4 bolsters next to them, and there are 3 pillars, and you can see how Ma Kaladhara was even able to see the amount, how many cushions are there, how many pillows are there, and how they are sitting, in which way they are sitting. She was able to see to so many details, how so accurately she was able to read and see through her third eye. It is very amazing, a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. Now I'll be removing the eye band of Ma Kaladhara. So you can see how the eye band is completely intact. There's no change to the eye band. Everything is the same. And you can see how Ma Kaladhara is still adjusting to the light. So her eyes were closed inside the whole time, and she was able to see with her eyes closed. So that is a very amazing demonstration of the power of third eye. Next, we'll be manifesting the power of body scanning. So you'll be witnessing the Balasins and the Nityananda yogis doing a body scanning. So we'll be chanting the Shastra Pramanas now, and we'll be joining with you after a short break. Till then, I request all of you to call your family members and friends and go ahead and start posting your comments. Start posting requests for body scanning in the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda channel, and then the Balasins and the Nityananda yogis will be coming and doing a live body scanning for all of you. So we'll be coming back and joining with you after a short break. Yes. So now you will be seeing the pramanas for the power of body scanning, where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, body problems, medically diagnosed issues, and even be able to reveal the solution. The unique thing about body scanning is that the third eye reveals the root cause of the problem, why the problem even started in your body in the first place. The third eye doesn't just reveal the problem, it reveals why it started. There are so many cases where the person is not able to relate with the scanning. The person will be like, no, I don't have this problem. But when they follow the solution Paramashiva gives, they actually get healed of the problem that they are aware of. Because the solution which Paramashiva gave was for the root cause of the problem. So let us now chant the Shastra Pramana for this power of body scanning. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constituted principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. Next, you will be seeing the Apta Pramana for this power of body scanning, which comes from the life of a Siddha named Teraya. Teraya was one of the prominent disciples of Agastya, and one day a man suffering from a severe headache came to Agastya for healing, and Agastya did the body scanning and revealed that there is a small type of Terai, a frog, sitting in his head. And he immediately instructs his disciple Teraya to perform the open head surgery and remove the frog from the person's brain. And after the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and completely cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Teraya. Next is the Atma Pramana, the experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshwar. Swamiji, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. So Swamiji beautifully tells how he manifested the power of body scanning. Swamiji beautifully shares, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. And at that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition. Due to the poisoning through body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. And Swamiji beautifully shares that he used allopathy as a second opinion to verify his findings. And last is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestations being manifested through the different disciples of Swamiji who have been initiated. So you can see how in the Paramashivoham Level 2 program, many disciples and devotees who attended the program have shared how they were able to manifest this extraordinary power. And all of you also can manifest. So you're seeing and you'll be thinking, wow, even the participants are able to manifest. Even you yourself can manifest. Just join the Paramashivoham Level 2 program and you can also manifest. But now you can manifest all the 463 powers, not only the power of body scanning or third eye or consciousness over matter, everything, all the 463 powers. But now you will be witnessing the demonstration, the live demonstration of body scanning happening in front of your eyes by the Balasants and the Nityananda Yogis. So now I request all of you to continue posting, call your family members, call your friends, show them that they can manifest this power just with one initiation, and tell them that now they can get a body scanning, and immediately after the Devi PARASHAKTI Akashic readings, they can themselves witness this power. So go ahead, call them, and we'll be back after a short break. Yes. So now you will be witnessing the extraordinary demonstration, a live demonstration of the power of body scanning by the Balasins of the Nityananda Gurukul. So along with me, I have Ma Soni, Maniti Brahma Yogananda, and myself, who will be manifesting this extraordinary power of body scanning for all of you today. So I request the YouTube comments to be projected, and all of you please continue posting your requests, comments for the power of body scanning, and the Balasins are eagerly waiting to manifest this extraordinary Shakti for all of you. Okay, so expressions of me I am has posted. Mahajalandhara Stitananda has posted, my sister Mayuri would like a body scanning about healing her diabetes, please. So Ma Brahmayaga, you can do the body scanning for Ma Nitya Mahajalandhara Stitananda's sister. And anybody else, please continue posting your comments. Please post for body scanning. And okay, so Ahmed Aya has posted, please scan my body and what color is my shirt. Okay, so I will be doing the scanning for what color is your shirt, and Soni, you can do the scanning for Ahmed Aya's body. So we'll be chanting the Mahavakya together. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Ahmedaya, Paramashiva has revealed two colors. First thing I was able to see is like a navy blue color, but it's in that shade, but it's a kind of lighter blue also, but it's a mix of those two colors. And Paramashiva revealed one more thing is that one part of the dress you're wearing, I don't know if it's the shirt or pant, but one part is like a light orangish peach color. These are the two things Paramashiva revealed. I request you to get back in the chat and confirm whether the scanning was correct or not. And you can also share how you felt when the Balasan did the scanning. Yes, Ma'am Brahmayoga, you can go ahead.
Yes, so Ma'am Mahajalandhara Stitananda, Paramashiva revealed to me that for your sister Mayuri, the solution for her diabetes is every day after she gets up, the first thing she should, before eating anything or before even drinking water, immediately after she gets up, she has to have 1 tablespoon of neem leaves and turmeric. She has to make a paste with both of them. She has to mix them together and make a paste. And she should have a whole tablespoon of it. She should eat it as it is. And then only she should even drink water and have anything else. So if she follows this simple solution for 1 month, it will heal.
Oh, wow, a very unique solution for your sister, Ma. Paramashiva has revealed a neem and turmeric paste she has to eat every morning. So just tell your sister to follow this solution and she will be completely healed. Mahajalandhar Stitananda has posted, I would like to move to India and first to Europe, please, where my husband is. What do I need to be aware of that is blocking me in moving, please? Okay, first thing, Ma, Swamiji has actually advised anyone outside of India not to come in India right now as the COVID is spreading and it is really bad. But you can also ask this question to Devi PARASHAKTI when she comes live, and Devi PARASHAKTI will guide you as per what is correct for you, Ma. So you can ask this question to Devi PARASHAKTI. She will be guiding you and telling what is right. But Swamiji has for now told anybody who is out of India best not to move into India as COVID-19 is spreading really fast around the world, and yes, and is taking many lives.
Nityananda Mahamadaya, here Paramashiva revealed that you need lots of cleansing in your body. So to cleanse your body, have neem juice and castor oil in the morning with empty stomach.
Yes, that is a very simple solution and a simple scanning, but amazing how she was able to see through her third eye and scan even and reveal the solution. So I request Ma Mahajalandhara Sthitananda and Ahmedaya, I request you to get back in the chat and verify and confirm whether the scanning is correct or not. Ma Mahajalandhara Sthita has posted, okay, thank you, Ma. Okay. Ahmedaya, I request you to get back, and I request all of you to continue posting your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel. Okay, so Ma Soni, okay, so Ma Mahajalandhara Sthitananda has posted for my sister. Yes, neem and turmeric first thing in the morning. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for getting. Yes. So Ma Soni, Ma Brahmayoga, why don't you go ahead and share? How are you able to manifest this power? When was the first time you manifested? And how do you feel? This is not a power which any normal kid can do around the world. How do you feel being able to scan another person's body and being able to reveal what problems they have? Why don't you go ahead and share?
Okay, so I would like to share my experience of how I felt when I manifested body scanning for the first time. So I was doing a demo on for Shiva Diksha. A few participants had come to Adinam, and at that time I was manifesting body scanning, and one volunteer was chosen for me to do a body scanning for them, and I did the body scanning, and like that was the first time I was going for a demo and doing a body scanning live for someone. So I was really nervous, and then but even though I was nervous, I still did the body scanning, and I asked Swamiji, what should I tell him? What is the problem he has? And then Paramashiva Swamiji showed that he has recently gotten a minute surgery on his left thigh, and that is like a really precise answer which came. So I was like thinking, should I tell it? Is it really? Does he really have it, or am I just thinking? Because it was like so exact. If he doesn't have it, then it's wrong. If he has it, then it's correct. So like I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether I should say it or So and then I was just sitting there for a few minutes, not knowing what to do. But then after that, I decided, okay, whatever Swamiji is showing, I'll just say it, whether it's right or wrong. After all credits go to him. So I just told, I clenched my hands really tight, and I just told that Aya, you have gotten a recent minute surgery on your left thigh. And he was so shocked. He didn't have any words to say. He couldn't say anything, and he was just looking at me, and he couldn't say anything. He was so shocked because it was precise, and I couldn't believe that it was correct. And then he was like, "Ma, how do you do it?" That was my first. That's my experience of the first time I did body scanning, and from that day onwards, whatever solutions come, I'm completely confident, and I just say it because I know it will be correct, because after all, Swamiji has revealed it and Parameshwar has revealed it.
So beautiful. Just with that simple trust on Swamiji, you're able to reveal and completely confidently say, this is the problem you have. And similar experience I had for the power of remote vision. So one day we were doing the Kalpataru demo, and one person came and asked me, okay, why don't you go ahead and scan my house? I was like, okay. And I did the house scanning for him, and I revealed that he is on the 3rd floor. And he was like, no, I'm not on the 3rd floor. I'm on the 4th floor. And then immediately, one of the Balasins immediately asked, Aya, are you living on the 3rd floor, excluding the ground floor, or including the ground floor? Are you living on the 4th floor? And then he told, oh yes, without the ground floor, without the basement, if you count it, I'm living on the 3rd floor. And then he was like, yeah, I'm living on the 3rd floor. And then I continued the scanning. And then I was like, you have a guitar, it's next to your sofa on the corner of the wall, in front of one, it's kind of like a closet kind of thing. In front of that, it's standing. It's like around, it's like, I think it's pretty big, and it's in a it's supposed to be in a black color case, but it's a little open. And he was just like, oh my god, he was so shocked, because that's exactly how it was. He had a guitar right next to the sofa in the corner of the house, and the black case was a little open and the guitar was shown. So he was so shocked how he was able to relate, how he was so shocked that I was able to manifest and see through my third eye, and was able to scan and tell that there's a guitar in his house, and it is in this position. It is leaning against the wall, and the black case is open. It's just the trust on Swamiji, just with the trust on Swamiji. Whether we get it right or no, at the end, it is all Swamiji's grace. Even if we get it right, the credits go to him. Even if, and there is nothing called it not being accurate. Everything which Paramashiva reveals is accurate. So this is the beautiful experience we've had with the powers of remote vision, body scanning, and much more. So now it's time to conclude this power manifestation session. We thank all of you for joining us in this beautiful power manifestation session. We already have Maniti Sadashiva-Priyananda ready to start the next session, where you will be learning about Devi PARASHAKTI herself. So now we thank all of you for joining. Please stay tuned. Thank you, Nityanandam.
Nityananda, that was an absolutely exquisite, extraordinary demonstration of the powers by the Balasants of Nityananda Gurukul. And every single day, no matter what, without fail, we have seen how the Balasants have been demonstrating the powers of Paramashiva. And just through the initiation, as Ma Nitya Yoga Prananda, who had been just explaining, just through the initiation, this beautiful process begins, and we are seeing the possibilities of humankind being manifested through these individuals. And we can see every single day how so many people are being benefited, how so many people are asking their questions, are having their bodies scanned, and are seeing literally the powers of Paramashiva and having the higher possibility of themselves awakened to them. And that ultimately is the purpose of the Guru in our lives, the purpose of which the avatar happened on planet Earth. And in this day and age, we are celebrating the happening of the avatar on planet Earth, as he is manifesting as Devi PARASHAKTI herself, the embodiment of the divine feminine consciousness. Now, in this next segment, we will be understanding who is Devi PARASHAKTI. Let us be introduced, for many of us for the first time, to who is Devi PARASHAKTI, who is this divine cosmic being, how do we connect with her, and how do we ensure that we can in some way or form receive her blessings. We'll now understand Devi PARASHAKTI from the very beginning, from the way that she is described in the Shastras. The Lalita Sahasranama is one of the great chants, sacred chants, which is dedicated to Lalita or Devi PARASHAKTI, and it describes her beauty and her valor, her divine qualities. In fact, it has all of the 1008 qualities of Devi PARASHAKTI listed. Such beautiful significance behind each one, and each one being an ultimate powerful characteristic of Devi PARASHAKTI. Now, in these next slides, we will be entering into we'll be entering into the next segment with the Dhyana Shloka for Devi PARASHAKTI. We'll be understanding Devi PARASHAKTI in a very subtle, very sacred way, and which is of course apt as today we are experiencing Devi PARASHAKTI literally as a physical being, literally as she has come down to interact with each and every one of us, to bless each and every one of us. Devi PARASHAKTI is the ultimate, pure, divine feminine consciousness, and she is the embodiment of the cosmic mother. She is the source of where all the billions and billions of universes go in and come out. And she is the one whom we all revere and worship, as well as the ultimate embodiment of life itself. And we connect to her as our mother. And she has the ability to literally take away all our fears, our worries, everything at one shot. Now, let us understand and begin with the Dhyana Shloka of Devi PARASHAKTI. Joining with me today is Manitya Atma Priyananda Swami as well, to introduce to each and every one of you who is Devi PARASHAKTI. Let us first begin with the Dhyana Shlokas and meditate on Devi and invoke her presence among us.
Yes, we'll now chant the Dhyana Shloka from Lalita Sahasranama. Sinduraruna Vigraham Trinayanam Manikya Mauli Spurat Taranayaka Shekaram Smitamuki Mapina Vakshoruham Panibhyam Alipurna Ratna Jasakam Raktotphalam Bhibrati Saumyam Ratna Gatastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam.
Now I'll just be briefly chanting the English translation as well. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion, red body with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles and a splendid bust, one hand her twirling the jewel cup, and the other twirling a red lotus.
The next Dhyana Sloka is Arunam Karuna Tarangitakshim Dritapashankusha Pushpabana Chapam Animadi Viravrita Mayukairahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavani.
I meditate on the great Empress. She is shining and red body with her eyes full of compassion and holds the the gold bow and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima, Phares, and she is the self within me.
So Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, PARASHAKTI, is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. PARASHAKTI is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge.
And out of her extreme love and compassion, PARASHAKTI herself is manifesting through the embodied form as Nija Avatara of the Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. And she is gracing us, answering all of our prayers, attending and giving our boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
So, in the words of PARASHAKTI herself, it says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Krimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as a part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nityananda, I took the Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara.
raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, and Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. And from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana, Shakti, and growing as the four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the world to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi is the form of Nityananda. I came to bless every one of you.
So literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti, right? When you're having the darshan in the screen. So how to receive her? So let us receive her very, very traditionally. So the traditional way of receiving her, it actually includes having the tambulam ready. The tambulam would include a plate with 2 betel leaves, a banana, a betel nut, and a coin. So that coin is called as a traditional dakshina. So it can be of any lowest value. It can be even 1 paise or even 1 cent.
Now you can offer that to Devi Parashakti, and after the darshan is over, do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and betel nut, and take it as a prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to the LA temple. This betel leaf, the betel nut may look really small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. And ultimately, you'll not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. Now, as you can see here, we have a couple of samples of the betel leaf, the betel nut, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. So, and it's all arranged in a plate here, as you can see. The coconut and the red bangles, as well as the red vestram, is also optional. But this betel leaf, betel nut, the banana is a basic necessity for each and every one to offer to Parashakti. So now let us see how we can ask our questions. Now that we have been introduced to Devi Parashakti, how can we ask our questions and interact and start interacting personally with Devi Parashakti? Ask her our questions and request her boons, request her energy in our lives, request her guidance, whatever it might be. So as you can see, Devi Parashakti has made herself available in all of the different social media platforms, wherever we are. And here you can see how you can ask your questions through YouTube. So on YouTube, you should first ensure that you are a member of Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel. And this will give you access an array of more than 7,000 YouTube videos and all the darshans, dikshas, satsang sessions, everything that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally compassionately made sure that we all are able to have this great wisdom of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And once you're a member, you'll be able to enter into the chat any of your questions or your prayers on the right-hand side. So make sure that you're able to do those steps on YouTube.
Yes. So the next official social media platform through which you can connect with Parashakti and ask for your blessings is the official Facebook page, Kailasa's SPH JGM Nityananda Paramashiva. You can like and follow Kailasa's official Facebook page, and then after that, you can ask your questions in the comment section under the live stream.
And many of you are frequent users of Twitter, so you can also ensure that you are following the Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at Sri Nityananda on Twitter, and also make sure that you are asking your questions as a reply to the main live feed of on Twitter. You can hit reply, and then you can use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar in order to give your reply and to ask your questions and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti.
The next social media platform is the Instagram account. So Sri Nityananda is the official Instagram account. And you can follow that in the Instagram and ask your questions in the comment section.
Yes. And perhaps you're not social media savvy and you're not comfortable at all with social media yet. No need to worry. You can ask your questions on kailasa.org through the WhatsApp widget. If you have WhatsApp, you can use the WhatsApp widget. And also you can use the live chat widget. So these two are other options that you can use through kailasa.org. Now, we have another option that you can also do for even making donations or anything that you'd like to do today. So we'll be going through that in the later segments of today's program. Now we will understand that Devi PARASHAKTI has addressed each and every one of us as individuals, as people who are, some of us most desperately, most yearning the divine presence of Devi PARASHAKTI in our lives. We're yearning for someone to take care, to give us boons, to take care of our lives, and to give us protection, as many of us are struggling to do so in our lives on the outside today. But Devi PARASHAKTI has not only attended to us as individuals, but also as humanity as a whole, has given us supreme knowledge, wisdom, and guidance in order to take actions and guide our whole life and ensure that we are aligning and being protected at all times. Devi PARASHAKTI has literally given us so many of the most beautiful gifts through these divine Akashic readings, where she has guided us through this day and age, through the COVID-19 pandemic, where she has literally been able to handhold us through these extremely dark and tense times, just as a mother would carry her child through any storm, whatever it is. We are seeing how Devi PARASHAKTI is literally doing that, and she is guiding each and every one of us as a humanity as a whole. So in this next segment, we will be understanding the guidance that Devi PARASHAKTI has given, the pure guidance and for the whole of humanity. And Devi PARASHAKTI has given so much of supreme knowledge, whether it comes to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Hindu Yonism, or the immunity or the black fungus disease. So many different ways Devi PARASHAKTI has given us supreme knowledge and wisdom. So now, we will now be entering into the next segment of today's program. Yes. Now, every one of us understands the after effects of the Pralaya, where humanity is still undergoing the after effects of the cosmic deluge and thousands of deaths due to the global pandemic and emerging fungal epidemic, along with the recent numbers of natural disasters, have taken a toll on humanity's collective psyche, leading to increase in poverty and even malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues.
Yes. So why did this happen? So what has caused this? Who is behind this, and how could we have avoided this? So what is the solution for this? So in this segment of this program, we would go through a scientific and statistical understanding of PARASHAKTI's revelation on the cause and solution of the Pralaya.
Now, all of us know the current status of the world right now. More than 3.8 million deaths, 175 million confirmed cases, and the top worst affected countries being USA, India, and Brazil at the moment.
So we could see the number of increasing COVID cases, especially in India. It's more than, and the number of COVID deaths, which is more than 37,000, and number fallen into poverty since 2020 is 75 million people.
And we can easily see how the entire country, India, is undergoing so much of turmoil. And here we can see that India is the sixth most depressed country. 6.5% of the population suffering some form of mental illness, especially now with the pandemic going on. And also the suicide rate is every 9 for every lakh people, so extremely high. And the suicide is one of the biggest causes of deaths in India in groups 17 to 24, 15 to 24. And that is a very alarming age because it is the youth that is being directly affected.
Yes, so you can see how India is suffering because of all these natural disasters, these cyclones, and the third wave of COVID, which is actually about to hit the Indian population at large. So how could we have prevented this? So we will now listen to PARASHAKTI's revelation on the 31st of May of what PARASHAKTI has revealed.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes. So what PARASHAKTI has revealed in her own words in English, she says, for this huge Kirimi Bojanam hell not to come to India in 2020 itself, I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India and 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country and see what is going to happen. Let us now listen to Bhagavan.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here power manifesting. 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have darshan and Arati, the camp for Arati. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen, 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year. Padayatra, walking. From next year Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand, 1,200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in 2nd month, 3rd month, all that is detailed way carved, it is there. Which scanning machine was there in those days other than the third eye? Very detailed, carvings are there. Even Srirangam temple, the whole carving is there. Srirangam temple gives a week by week, the whole picture of male baby and female baby. Any of you have seen that? Srirangam Rangaraja Mandapam, it very clearly portrays. There will be one Rangaranga Gopuram. In that next to Rangaranga Gopuram, there is a Rangaraja Mandapam. We have already collected some chunk of 80-90 to be displayed in this Balalayam. Work is going on all of that. We are also going to tell you the science of temple building story as per Agama and as per practical village level, ground level, all that. In those days, 2000 years before, when this Cambodia and all these civilizations were flourishing, two communities from India moved. One is agriculture community, another one is business community. These two community only traveled and installed civilization. Of course, kings went, that is different. But the common civilian, these two community only went. So Nagarattar and Saivavalalar agriculture.
Yes. So since the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been preparing for the Padayatra to save the humanity. So from that age, you can see he has been enriching and giving the signs of enlightenment through his powerful discourses. So this 16th to 17th November 2005, which happened in Chennai in Tamil Nadu, where he is conducting a huge satsang on the title Anandam Selvathai Inikum.
And he continued to conduct so many programs, enriching many people, giving darshan, initiation, and taking the science of enlightenment to the world. And here you can see on the 19th of November 2005 in Vellore, Tamil Nadu, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiating thousands of people into the science of enlightenment.
And again in 2005, this is in Rasipuram in Tamil Nadu, he is conducting another satsang in the title Ain Guru. What is the need for the Guru?
And more programs conducted on the 21st of November 2005.
And again in 2005, where he has conducted huge satsangs and programs in Salem, Tamil Nadu. This is one of the Nityananda Spurana programs.
There's the Nityananda program in Delhi.
And you can see the birth star celebration of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happening in Tiruvannamalai in 2005. Huge crowds of people actually swarming around him, waiting for his darshan and healing.
And on the 1st of January 2006 in Adi Kailash Satyajnana celebrating the 29th Jayanti celebration.
And also this is the Jayanti celebrations, and where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is addressing a school in Tiruvannamalai.
And in Adi Kailash Satyajnana on Guru Purnima Day.
And this is the Shakti Spurana program picture, the Dhyana Spurana program, which the Supreme Pontiff himself conducted.
Little Anandas, which was conducted to initiate young children into the science of enlightenment.
And he himself is conducting the Sapta Yagam in July 2006 in Salem in Tamil Nadu. So you can see the various pictures where devotees are actually participating in the Homa, and the Supreme Pontiff himself is conducting the Sapta Yagam, the Homa, in Salem in Tamil Nadu. These are the various pictures.
And here in Adi Kailash Satyajnana, the Nityananda Spurna program in 2006.
Yes. So the Nityananda Spurana program was being conducted in Salem in Tamil Nadu in the 27th, 30th of July in 2006. So now we saw the various contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how he has enriched thousands and thousands of people by healing by giving enriching sessions and actually explaining to them and giving them the glimpse of the signs of enlightenment through initiation. But however, the anti-Hindu elements have really made it impossible to do the re-energizing process by driving away the supreme founder of Hinduism out of India.
Now let us listen to Devi Parashakti's solution for this pralaya to end, revealed on the 31st of May.
2022 வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So Devi revealed that the only solution for this pralaya to end in India is if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's feet touch the ground in India, and the Padayatra that was planned for years is actually conducted, and the re-energizing process of the 12 Jyotirlingas is allowed to happen. And India should receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with great reverence and respect as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the head of PARASHAKTI. So as we look around, we see what the great rishis had revealed, that Kali Yuga would be forewarned us what to expect in this Kali Yuga.
So yes, so we can see Kali Yuga is the worst of all the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. So in the Kurma Purana, sage Vyasa, he says, Idam Kali Yugam Goram Sampraptam Pandunandana Tato Gacchami Devasya Varanasim Mahapuri. Asmin Kali Yuge Ghore Lokha Papa Nuvarthinaha Bhavishyanti Mahapapa Varnashrama Vivarjitaha Nanyat Pashyami Jantuna Muktva Varanasim Purim Sarva Papa Prasamanam Prayaschittam Kalau Yuge.
And the translation goes, this Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, ages in all the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri.
Yes, now Kurma Purana again states, Brahma Krita Yuge Devastretayam Bhagavan Ravihi Dwapare Dhaivatam Vishnuhu Kalau Rudro Maheshwaraha. Brahma is the presiding divinity or lord for Krita Yuga. The Treta Yuga, it is Bhagavan Ravi, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dwapara Yuga, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatara is Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Maha Sadashiva.
And on the 2nd of January 1978, out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidan, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Paramashiva. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that if he had taken one more year, if he had waited till 1979 to descend onto planet Earth, it would have been too late for humanity. Let us listen to that revelation here.
And I tell you, oh Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax before it was going to be put off. Have happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
So the Avatar's advent on the planet Earth was to protect humanity from this great pralaya and to bring the new age of Satyuga and to bring the superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Let us listen to Devi PARASHAKTI's revelations on this.
ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்யயுகம் செய்வோம். நித்யயுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
So Devi revelations translated into English reveal that people of the world listen. Kali Yuga has matured and over time has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. In the form of Nityananda, I myself have come here. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom as Satya Yuga. Be blissful.
So for this huge Kirimi Bhojanam not to come to India, 2020 I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India in 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji.
The Avatar has been preparing for this Padayatra since the age of 10.
So the Supreme Pontiff began enriching people with all these truths from sacred scriptures of enlightened living. You can see in these various pictures.
Even as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just 14 and 15 years old, all of his classmates were called the Yatra, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them all from Guriyatam, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, his birthplace, and a huge spiritual pilgrimage site.
And when Supreme Pontiff was around 19 years of age, you can see the Ramakrishna Mutt, where he could recall the Yatra from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai and his unforgettable pilgrimage trip.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nityananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1929.
And after that, the Supreme Pontiff established the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchengodu in Tamil Nadu on the April 14, 2001. You can see in the picture. And he named it as Ramakrishna Dhyana Peetham.
Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from all different backgrounds.
And with his intensity and dedication, crowds of thousands of people were gathered around him, and they simply resonated deeply with his presence and his energy.
In 2004, the Avatar and his disciples his disciples on the first Malayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering satsangs, and initiating them into superconscious breakthrough.
So subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but supernal spiritual realms.
And in 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodigan Yatra, with crores participating and impacted by Nityanandeshwara and Nityanandeshwari, who were traveling from city to city to bless humanity.
So you can see the Kodikan Radayatra, which was actually led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and culminated with the consecration of the Garbha Mandir for the Nityanandeshwara, Nityanandeshwari PARASHAKTI and Swayambhu Nityanandeshwara in Adi Kailasa Sagarnapita. So the deities were energized as Archavataras to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create the Adi Kailasa Sagarnapitam as a ship to save humanity from the upcoming Pralaya.
And here are the different Kailasas created by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to create spiritual energy centers in India to create a safe haven for this great Pralaya.
So in 2008, the Avatar created the Nityananda Vaidya Sarovar, the Ananda Linga. So anyone who bathes in the waters would be actually healed from all kinds of diseases. So we'll now watch the video clip of the Rudrabhishekam performed with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
संवृद्धने जनमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नम आशवे च जिराय च नम शीघ्रियाय च शीभ्याय च नम ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च दीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नम पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो जघन्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नम स्तोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नम उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नम श्वेप्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नम श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नम आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नम शूराय च अवभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च शुधिमते च नमः तीक्ष्णे च वेजायुधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च वध्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूर्याय च सर्वस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्षाय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ॐ नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शृङ्गाय च वशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आदार्याय च लाद्याय च नमः षष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमः सिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः ईरण्याय च प्रपथ्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षेणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुनस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikan Ratha Yatra and garnered international.
नित्य सद्गुरु नित्य सद्गुरु नित्य सद्गुरु नित्यने नित्य सद्गुरु नित्य सद्गुरु नित्य सद्गुरु नित्यने நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்தவயிரும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரைந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே
And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, is there the seeds have been of super consciousness have been sown.
So 1,000 and plus ecosystems, the Sarvanyapitas, billion people worldwide were enriched, and Avatar has created those ecosystems you can see.
And here are some of the Kailasa ecosystems that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has created. Kailasa and Erode, which was the Adi Nityan Sarvanyapita.
The Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, and you can see Kailasa in Thiruvannamalai,
Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio,
Kailasa in Los Angeles,
Kailasa in San Jose,
and you can see Kailasa in Seattle,
Houston, Texas.
So you can see the Kailasa in Charlotte, USA. Kailasa in Washington, D.C., Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, which is established by the Supreme Pontiff himself. Kailasa in Oklahoma City.
Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona.
In St. Louis, Kailasa in St. Louis, Kailasa in Oman, in Dubai. You can see
Kailasa in London, Scotland.
Kailasa in Scotland, Kailasa in Netherlands. The various ecosystems established across the world, like Kailasa in Slovakia,
Belgium,
Kailasa in Luxembourg,
Kailasa in Austria,
Kailasa in Germany, in Italy, in France,
Kailasa in Switzerland,
and you can see Kailasa in Mauritius, Kailasa in South Africa, Kailasa in Salem, which is established by Supreme Pontiff himself, and Kailasa in Hosur in Tamil Nadu. This is the Pattanam ecosystem, Kailasa in Pattanam. The Kailasa in Varanasi, Kailasa in Rajapalayam, Kailasa in Hyderabad Adinam,
Kailasa in Iraq, which is the Yogini Sarvanyapita,
Kailasa in Thiruvanmiyur, Chennai, Kailasa in Alangulam, Kailasa in Chennai, Tambaram. You can see Kailasa in Chennai, Avadi. Kailasa in Chennai, Avadi is seen in Melbourne, Australia.
Kailasa in New Zealand,
So the Kailasa in Singapore,
in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia,
and Kailasa in Guadeloupe.
all the Supreme Pontiff has included all of these Kailasas to ensure humanity survives and created the sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion.
So you can see Supreme Pontiff in Hinduism initiating thousands into spiritual healing who have become healers to heal the millions of people around the world.
And more than 2,500 satsang centers have been created. Padaka mandirs and home temples have been operating as de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa.
So the avatar. So he reclaims the Hindu-centric freedom. So the thousands of Padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of Supreme Pontiff Hinduism and revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each one for what was to come in the future.
In 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a successfully, with thousands participating, with the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated.
Yes, you can see for every major festival, devotees from various places do the Padayatra out of sincere devotion to the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism.
And here you can see some of the global achievements and services that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been conducting for the past 26 years, with 26 plus years of humanitarian service, over 1 billion free organic nutritious meals being served continuously, and over 1 billion e-citizens being enriched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and a diverse global population in 347 cities in 196 countries across 6 continents, and the world's largest Hindu university established in the US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France.
And you can see world's greatest digital media platforms, over 1 billion views through websites like kailasa.org, nityananda.org, Nityananda Hindu University, kailasa.tv, nityananda.tv, and the various social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and online applications like the Enlighten app, Enlighten Up, SoundCloud, or the Nityananda Radio.
And 1 billion e-citizens in over 100 rich with and created the most successful communities in the world. And here you can see a map of where all e-citizens of Kailasa live.
Yes, so these are the various global initiatives that was taken through Kailasa in holistic health, education, and development of human potential, sharing the practical applications of Hinduism and its signs of enlightenment through which we have made breakthroughs. So we have seen so much has been contributed by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism in the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and enriching people and saving and protecting the humanity from the huge cosmic deluge, the pralaya which is going to affect them. But yet he was driven away and chosen out of India itself. So we saw what Devi Parashakti had revealed in the Akashic readings. So with that, we will be moving to the next segment of this program after a short break.
我们现在进入今天的下一个环节。
We will be entering into
那我们可以给女神帕莎给做什么样的供奉
on the different offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Now, many of you know and are a part of this beautiful Hindu tradition where each and every one of us has experienced such a beautiful connection, a simple yet extremely profound connection with the divine. We understand that he is God for everyone, but also exclusively for us. And he is our personal guide in every single step of the way. He's our personal guide as we are making steps in our lives, as we are manifesting new adventures, new ventures, new relationships, and getting the most out of our life. Now, whether it is our birthdays, or the different festivals in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the different Jayantis, or the different Brahmotsavams, or our anniversaries, our weddings, or marriage ceremonies, whatever it is in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as we are unfolding a new path in our lives, we request the blessings of the divine.
我们需要他们的祝福，并且他们在我们生活里的引导实在是给予我们太多。在我们现在的生活之中，
And not only that,
如果我们能够得到这样的祝福，我们会非常的开心。那么这样子的电子功德箱持续的让我们与神明连接着。Kalasa。就是以我们的意愿，在我们的生活里帮我们显化了如此之多。这样子的供奉包括2个方面，只有当时就是它包括给予和接受2个方面，只有当神明接受你的给予的时候，你的供奉才能成功。想要给他们付出，想要给他们付出，所以我们就。那么就是这样子的质量，它是由神明，就是神圣的黄金，就是它可以治愈，并且给我们开悟。 所有这些经文都有关系。比如说这个阿格玛经、吠陀经，诸如此类的经文。这个充分显示了黄金是最吉祥和最纯净的金属，能够净化我们的生命。在吠陀文化中，一切都是用黄金建造的，用黄金交换，仪式费用是用金砖支付的。当一个人被从威胁生命的疾病之中被拯救出来时，黄金作为仪式费用提供。当时的黄金非常丰富，被用来称量的物品包括牛，就是王国是用巨大的金门建造的。街道会有巨大的金柱和巨大的拱门，马和牛它都穿着金色的衣服。我们这个供奉是婚礼，就是电子工作箱的供奉。这是女神移除了我们所有的恐惧。那么在这一个信徒的头脑之中，如果有任何的恐惧，女神不需要任何东西进行回报，立刻就能移除她的恐惧。据说这个就是这一位神明，他喜欢在秋天被供奉。如果我们正在询问我们内心的想法，就是比如说我们人生的目的，我们需要女神的崇拜。那我们现在可以供奉任何形式的，就是金额来这个一红底。那么它会引导你进入这个帕达普甲。我们这个供奉是僧高派的唱诵。那我们下一个供奉就是给女神供奉金币。这个金币的供奉 有$75到$250亿不同的金额，它的含义是非常不同的。那么，当你就是赠送一枚刻有1008个名字的金币的时候，可以接受祝福，可以收到女神 PARASHAKTI 所有神圣的品质。那我们可以给女神供奉这个珍珠的手指戒指，这样我们可以被她的慈悲所沐浴。那么它有$250亿、$101亿到$750亿不同的数额。那么下一个供奉给女神黄金的莲花。在这个神圣的印度经文之中，黄金的莲花，它被应用在如此多的地方。我们在任何的国家和任何的事情之中都做这个。这都包括对帕尔玛希瓦的崇拜。这就是为什么莲花可以成为一个女神的花朵。那么帕尔玛希瓦的信徒也被称作为莲花。我们可以接受到这样的祝福，去散发女神的状态与空间。在任何我们人生的形式之中，我们都可以散发着女神的光辉。 这就是莲花的光芒和力量。那么 PARASHAKTI 可以立刻提升你，并且移除你所有的不圆满。这是我们可以给女神 PARASHAKTI 最神圣的东西。我们可以把这个黄金的发饰珠宝供奉给女神。那么通过持续不断的向女神供奉，我们的无知会被移除。那么这个印度教徒超等意识的体现就是个帕达普贾 Supreme。那么这是一个非常吉祥的时刻，我们可以臣服在女神的莲花之下。 就你可以确认在这里面，那我们现在可以花几分钟来做这个祭祀。我们很确定你们今天每一个人都非常的想要今天供奉，可能你现在的金钱或者是时间不被允许，但是你可以准备好，就是去做这些供奉。如果你有想要做的意愿的话，你可以进入这个10.cc.com，然后来进行供奉。如果你已经准备好了做供奉，就是你可以进入这个10.cc的网站，可以看到我们所有的这个捐赠的项目都在这里。然后你可以在这个油管的平台加入我们的会员，就当你成功加入之后，你可以来到这个超级留言栏里，你可以做任何数额的供奉。就你也可以做在1公里之中小金额的供奉。 你可以真正的去显化出来其中的这一个与女神的链接。就是我们这每一个前来观看的人都有一个了不起的，就是新消息。在10多年之后，就是印度教徒没有一次放弃。因为这些就是现有的。印度教徒正在持续的努力着。现在已经被国际的观众所认同。在下一个环节中，我们将探讨这些细节。 就是在这20年里，印度教徒依旧在向世界贡献着。让每一个个体意识到，他真的是帕玛什瓦。整个发生印度教到今日的复兴，可以用几个词来描述，就是凯拉萨自由的挣扎。那我们来看一下这个大的图片。那么凯拉萨的任务和它的远景。那么，凯拉萨是一个印度民族开悟的生态系统。凯拉萨由将这个印度达尔玛向全世界分享的意图所建立。那么它基于真实的印度信众。是这些印度信众对他们自我的活动保持真实性。卡拉斯的愿景就是开悟的存有，就是为整个人类建立吠陀的这个想法。 我有时间去对抗挣脱苦难。那么，有关印度教徒的这个数据统计已经完成。那么，印度教在过去的2000多年里一直在不断的被杀害，就是儿童虐待、身份的遗失，很多这个物理上 这些孩子最终送往死亡。
Changed to that of Mohammedabad. Sultan Feroze on this occasion broke the idols of Nagarkota and mixing the fragments with pieces of cow's flesh, filled bags with them and caused them to be tied around the necks of Brahmins, who were then paraded through the camp. It is said also that he sent the image of Naushaba to Mecca to be thrown on the road that it might be trodden underfoot by the pilgrims. The Hindu prisoners were divided into 4 sections and taken to each of the 4 gates of the great Katkar. There, on the stakes they had carried, the prisoners were impaled. Afterwards, their wives were killed and tied by their hair to these pails. Little children were massacred on the bosoms of their mothers and their corpses left there. The economic and the psychological destruction of Hindu civilization happened between the 17th and 20th century by the British occupation. The will to run, the same celebrated historian who made a comment on the Islamic movement in India, he also told that I have seen great people starving to death before my eyes. And I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are not due, as their beneficiary claims, to be overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. You can see the pictures of people, Indians especially and Hindus especially, who were force-starved in the artificially created famine by the British occupied India in Bengal. During the British occupation, $45 trillion were looted from India over 200 years. 45 million Hindus were dead due to famines and poverty imposed by British policy and repressive killings for 1857 mutiny, and 680 native kingdoms usurped by the British Raj. The British came to one of the richest countries of the world. Over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of a third world poverty. Next, we have this colonial subjugation, British master race theory. Using theories of scientific Darwinism, racism, and social Darwinism, the British justified their conquest and oppression of dark-skinned people as humanitarian, civilizing mission, even though it was a mere cover for the racial oppression and economic exploitation. Do you not see then, by following these studies, you are walking in the very path to which England boasts her wealth, the glorious work which God seems to have laid on the English race to replenish the earth and subdue it. Charles Kingsley, celebrated professor, historian, friend of Charles Darwin, and priest in the Church of England. Colonial subjugation, 200 years of intense racial hatred towards Hindus. Hindus are full of dissimulation and falsehood, the universal concomitants of oppression, the vices of falsehood. Indeed, they carry to a height almost unexampled among the other races of men. As for religion, no people have ever drawn a more gross and disgusting picture of the universe than what is being presented in the writings of the Hindus. Very few words are required, especially regarding Islam, because the superiority of the Mohammedans in respect to religion is beyond all dispute. In truth, the Hindus, like the eunuch, excels in the qualities of the slave. The Mohammedan is more manly. Colonial subjugation. The Catholic Church performs 250 years of ethnic cleansing in Goa. The fathers of the church forbade the Hindus under terrible penalties the use of their own sacred books and prevented them from all exercise of their religion. They destroyed their temples and so harassed that they abandoned the city in large numbers, refusing to remain any longer in a place where they had no liberty and were liable to imprisonment, torture, and death if they worshipped after their own fashion the gods of their fathers. Colonial subjugation, the divide and rule. The British had been horrified during the revolt of 1857 to see Hindus and Muslims fighting side by side under each other's command against the foreign oppressor. They vowed this would not happen again. Divide and rule was an old Roman maxim, and it shall be ours, wrote Lord Elphinstone. A systematic policy of fomenting separate consciousness among the two communities was launched over the British sponsorship. The colonial subjugation. The British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so they would become slaves in their own homelands. The discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority engineered famines to starve natives into submission, annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine the native rule, mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system, destroyed local industries and forced importation of British goods, banned Indians from owning or producing the firearms. Now let us look into how did they engineer minds to split the spirit of the people. Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he says, "I hate Indians. They are beastly people with beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits." Harsh British tax and export policies and poor infrastructure management caused multiple
recently
in Bengal, 1943. Indians were forced to eat leaves, grass, and even human flesh for that matter, and parents threw their starving children into the river and wells, whilst others committed suicide to escape from their living hell. British invaders destroyed the local industry to ensure dependence and poverty. Prior to colonial rule, India was the world's leading textile manufacturer and produced the finest fabrics. The British engaged in a systematic campaign to destroy the local handloom industry through harsh taxation and export policies that forced Hindus to import British-made textiles and banned the Indian textiles from being sold in foreign markets. Within a generation, the Hindu weavers were turned into beggars and their indigenous skills were lost forever. By they destroyed the local industry to ensure the dependence and poverty. By 1878, Indian Railways mechanics in Jamalpur in Bengal and Ajmer in Rajputana had become so proficient at maintaining the locomotive strings that they started designing and building their own models at a fraction of the cost of the imported British trains. The British Parliament responded by passing an act in 1912 banning all the local manufacturer of trains to ensure India's economic dependence on their colonial masters and destroy the native technological know-how. Seizure, taxation, and the ruin of Hindu temples. It was strange but determined piece of policy when throughout the country the pagoda lands were resumed by the East India Company and the allowances were granted in their place. Now let us contemplate the result of this plan. From one end of the country to other, the pagodas were ruined and unmaintained. The revenues of Tripati are on a gradual decline and will die in the lapse of years a natural death. Some of the most celebrated temples in the country are worse off, but there are still, alas, many more strongholds of the devil. False anti-Hindu narratives. British rulers perpetuated the narrative that Indians were generally illiterate and education was restricted to high caste Hindus. But their own surveys revealed that every village had at least one school, and the Sudras and other low caste children constituted 70 to 84% of the students. In contrast, a century of direct British misrule of India left the population with a dismal 12% literacy rate. We must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons Indian in blood and color, but English in taste and opinion, in moral and in intellect. To that class, we may leave it to refine the vernacular dialects of the country, to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from Western nomenclature, and to render them by degrees fit vehicles for conveying the knowledge to the great mass.
即便是他们最好的努力去接受英语，只衣着和这个各种各样的方式。
Clothing and mannerisms, the anglicized brown British native clerks of India were often viewed with contempt and ridiculed as Bengali babus by their white masters for their self-importance and founding attitude towards any Westerner they meet. Converting the native Hindu Rajas into proper British gentlemen.
在1857年度分变之后，为了意识到民主主义意识的增强，他们意识到要加强在印度的控制，要扩大他们的这个因为印度可能开发觉得印第安人，因此开始关注土著首领和追求教育目标。在1837年。 这个教育创建了一个类人学业中，这个印度的在道德和智力上，就是这个举措成为他们战略的基石。
Sorry for the technical glitch. The colonial subjugation, converting the native Hindu Rajas into proper British gentlemen. Concerned at the rising awareness of nationalism, after the Indian Mutiny of 1857, the British realized that to strengthen their hold in India, they being just a handful needed to widen their political and psychological management of India and Indians. Thus, they began to focus on the education of native princes and the pursuit of the objective in Macaulay's Minute on Education of 1837 to create a class of people who are Indian in blood and color, but English in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. That became the cornerstone of their strategy. Now let's look into the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871. The British government passed the Criminal Tribes Act, where various ethnic communities were deemed subversive to colonial authorities simply because they did not conform to the idea of civilized living. Their idea of civilized living, it is not even the idea of civilized living. They targeted populations such as sadhus, sannyasis, tribals, nomads, gypsies, and sudras. They were presumed guilty by birth, murdered, raped, arrested, had children separated from the parents, and held in penal colonies or quarantined without conviction or due process. Upon release from British custody, the targeted communities were subjected to surveillance and given tattoos to stigmatize them and make them easier to track. Criminalizing the indigenous communities, which is Thuggees and Dacoity Suppression Acts, in an effort to demonize the Hindus and feed the stereotype of savage Oriental, British authorities and media sensationalized the stories of bloodthirsty Thuggees or bandits who would offer the human sacrifices to the wicked and fearsome goddess Kali. The image of Thuggees was promoted worldwide as an example that it was something which is very wrong with India. In addition to denigrating the Hindu culture, the narrative of the Thuggee menace was also used to justify the colonial rule, suspend the civil liberties, and target subversive elements that challenged the British hegemony. The secular India, where the Hindu temples were looted and neglected. Post-independence, the Indian state continued the British policy of taxing and managing the wealth and properties of all the major Hindu temples, despite claiming to be the secular state. Their governance of Hindu temples had been fraught with mismanagement, neglect, corruption, theft of jewels and deities, and alienation of the temple land. Many temples constructed at least 1,500 years ago or much before the temples recognized by UNESCO are in ruins. Even the daily rituals are not performed. Some temples remain closed throughout the day with no one to even light the lamps. If you take the case of Sabarimala, which is an anti-Hindu activism, the Sabarimala temple is dedicated to Lord Ayyappa in Kerala, where the South India represents one of the Hinduism's unique spiritual ecosystems. The form of Ayyappa worshipped as the Sabarimala in Naishtika Brahmachari, a strict celibate. As such, women of reproductive age are forbidden to enter the temple out of respect for Ayyappa and to maintain the sanctity of the spiritual ecosystem. Otherwise, in almost 1,000 other Ayyappa temples across India, men and women are equally allowed access, while the Sabarimala is a single exception. Ayyappa devotees undergo 41 period of celibacy, fasting, and other penances prior to making the pilgrimage to prepare their bodies and super consciousness for spiritual ecosystem present in Sabarimala temple. Scriptures and oral tradition explain that the celibate male energy present in Sabarimala is actually harm to the female fertile body. This is a temple which has been visited over 50 million devotees a year, and it is one of the world's largest pilgrimage sites that is exceeded only by Mecca. Given its prominence, the Sabarimala temple has been targeted by the anti-Hindu social activists for years as part of their broader campaign to delegitimize Hindus as sexist and patriarchal. The temple was forcibly entered, vandalized, and its deity was broken down in 1950 by Syrian Christian provocators at the time of arson. The Marxist atheist chief minister of Travancore Cochin, Keshavan, he says that if a Hindu temple is destroyed, that much superstition is being destroyed. So you can see openly it is a statement made by somebody in the government that is so anti-Hindu, like so much of religious intolerance is inculcated to Hindus in the recent times. Since 1991, a group of activist lawyers have sought to force the Sabarimala to accept women by judicial fiat. Next is the media narratives used to stereotype and demoralize the Hindus. The use of propaganda against the enemy supported by such military, economical, or the political measures may as be required. Such propaganda is generally intended to demoralize the enemy, to break his will to fight or resist, and sometimes to render him favorably disposed to one's position. The communication media most commonly used in psychological warfare are the same as those that is being used in civilian life, radio, newspaper, motion pictures, etc. The secular India in which the media narratives used to stereotype and demoralize the Hindus. Bollywood and many other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt sex freaks in a manner similar to British imperial propaganda. You can see here how India today denigrates the Hindu sari while praising the Muslim hijab. The glaring double standard only makes sense in the light of the anti-Hindu colonial stereotypes perpetuated in modern India. The relentless campaign of psychological warfare waged on Hindu minds by the British and their brown successors post-independence have resulted in a Hindu population that is demoralized, delegitimized, and without a sense of identity except to pathetically aid the West. This is a textbook case of internalized racism. What is the result? The result is Indians spend billions of money annually on fairness cream to lighten their skin to be more like their former British masters. A 2014 marketing study found that about 90% of Indian girls cite their skin lightening as a highest need. So far we have seen how the great Hindu civilization went through three different phases of Hindu Holocaust. The first being the physical destruction by the Islamic invaders, the next being the identity delegitimization and the double genocide imposed by the British invaders. Then the third phase in which in secular India, where the new Hindutva groups and the anti-Hindu forces openly challenge anybody who practices Hinduism. So at this stage, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, revived the ancient sciences of Hinduism as per its original authenticity, as revealed by Paramashiva in Vedas and Agamas, and as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Because of the amount of hard work and the amount of revolution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created in last 26 years in reviving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community went through unprecedented persecution for more than a decade. The best part is the United Nations have now recognized the persecution that has been done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community for the second time. In the next segment, we're going to see some of the important contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in combating the ongoing pandemic and how he has opened his homes of Kailasa, despite he being persecuted more than a decade in his homeland, how he has compassionately opened the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa to one and all to protect themselves from this ongoing pandemic. So before we go to the next segment, let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity. Happen to whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
Welcome back. And now, as we shared at the start of this segment, we will go over the recognition that Hindu persecution, especially femicide of Hindu women, that Kailasas women have gone through, and that recognition being made by none other than the United Nations as the report on the prevention of femicide has been published on the website. What does this report detail about? Let us take a look. The human rights situation, if one sees for women in India, women and children in India, is quite abysmal, as one has seen from various reports. Despite tremendous public outcry against crimes against women and children, such as rape, sexual violence, gender-based harassment, female infanticide, happen unabated in India.
As Bhagavan said, the erosion of the true Hindu values has resulted in the destruction of the entire social fabric. The state of the Republic of India has been either unwilling or unable to curtail these crimes. India is right now being labeled as the most dangerous country for sexual violence against women, according to the Thomson Reuters Foundation 2018 survey. That's a very concerning statistic for a nation which is, for Bharat, which is known to be proud for the position that it has always given women. According to the National Crimes Records Bureau, the rape of minor girls increased by 82% in the year 2016 compared with the previous year. Sexual violence and brutal rape, as one has seen in the various news reports that have been flashing for a number of years now, have been weaponized against minority women and children, especially by extremist militant elements at the highest levels of governance. This weaponization of sexual violence targeting women and children is part of a more pervasive and systematic campaign targeting certain indigenous spiritual traditions, minority communities, and their leaders, especially those from linguistic and religious minority groups and of dark-skinned people of indigenous spiritual traditions and of ethnic native Hindu tribes that have existed in India for millennia. One such indigenous spiritual tradition currently targeted for extermination by the neo-Hindutva extremist militants is the Hindu Adishaiva minority tradition in India. The extremist militants are the ones who take on the garb of Hinduism, but actually they are anti-Hindu. The women, children, and young girls of the ASMT community were the most vulnerable target of these neo-Hindutva extremist militant forces. The ASMT explicitly rejects extremism of all types. The extremist militant elements are opposed to ASMT's stance when it comes to the rights of women, including otherwise marginalized Dalit women, the rights of the members of the LGBTQ+ and transgender communities. The neo-Hindutva terrorists despise Hindu women in monastic and priestly roles. The spiritual head of the ASMT has publicly declared himself, as we all know, Bhagavan has declared himself to be transcendental gender and possessing multiple gender components. The neo-Hindutva extremists see LGBTQ+ rights as immoral. The ASMT freely ordains women into sannyas, recognizes 11 genders, and performs specific temple rituals for even gay marriage, as per more than 5,000-year-old indigenous spiritual scriptures. The ASMT represents one of the most progressive ideologies and is a target of persecution by the neo-Hindutva extremists.
In the last decade, especially in India, there has been an alarming trend in the mainstream media and the social media of sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech that is marginalizing minority communities, especially targeting women with the use of image morphing and deepfake videos. In 2010, a fabricated video of the ASMT actress Ranjita was repeatedly and sensationally broadcasted by the Sun TV and various media channels to defame her character and to delegitimize her guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshwaran. The neo-Hindutva affiliated media published articles with pictures of ASMT female monks with captions such as sodomized disciples. The media targeted the ASMT minor girls by publishing their pictures in the national newspapers with vulgar captions. The media published fake interviews of the ASMT actress Ranjita for defaming her. Nakir and Gopal and other media heads pressurized Ranjita to commit suicide and circulated false news of the same in media as a rumor. This smear campaign is just not limited to ASMT women, the ASMT female monks, but the most vulnerable target of this persecution are the ASMT girls and the female children, especially those minor girls who pursue religious studies to become nuns. In 2009, a 12-year-old ASMT girl was kidnapped and molested by the new Hindutva extremist. The US court sentenced the child rapist to 57 months of imprisonment. This did not damage the remedy. The child rapist filed several vexatious litigations in India and US. In US, these false allegations by the child rapist, such as calling the child a liar and her parents and community as part of the brainwashing cult, were all rejected by the court with a penalty for defamation with cost. In India, however, the neo-Hindutva media ran 14,000 hours of hateful programs marginalizing the ASMT child rape victim, ASMT actress Ranjita, ASMT nuns, ASMT women and girls. The media publicly addressed them as brainwashed, sodomized disciples, witches, prostitutes, cult worshippers, sex slaves, and also published violence inciting prejudice narratives such as hang the Saint Swamis, Hindu monks and the nuns. Several media houses continue to publish such defamatory articles, causing marginalization of the ASMT community, especially women and the girls, dangerously inciting mob violence and rape against them. In India, court orders are not upheld by the government. The Indian government and the Indian state departments are perceived as one of the most corrupt in the world. The mainstream Indian media and social media influencers exercise a massive influence on the masses and even the court judges. The media is easily able to sway public opinion and even sway the opinion of the judges. Sadly, there is no legal recourse available in India. In India, like we mentioned before, the court orders are not upheld by the government. The Indian government and the Indian state departments are perceived as one of the most corrupt in the world, and the mainstream Indian media and the social media influencers exercise a massive influence on the masses and even the court judges. The media is easily able to sway the public opinion and even sway the opinion of the judges. In a court proceedings directly involving the ASMT, the court explicitly mentioned how the court was prone to prejudice by this negative media propaganda. Though the media can influence the judiciary in India, the court judgments are toothless in curbing the media hate propaganda. Neo-Hindutva media willfully dishonors the court orders without any consequence. Therefore, there is no legal recourse that is available for India. The ASMT actress Ranjita, the victim of the celebrity deepfake petition in the High Court of Karnataka and all available forums for several years. Although the courts ordered in her favor, restraining the misinformation and telecast of the fabricated deepfake videos, the neo-Hindutva media kept pushing the implementation of the order of various quasi-legal institutions. Finally, the media's self-regulatory quasi-legal body, the NBSA, ordered its member channels to remove the fabricated defamatory videos from their websites. None of the media houses complied with the order and kept re-uploading, re-telecasting the same abusive footage and continued the misinformation propaganda to date. Any complaint on the media in the High Court is redirected to NBSA, BCCC, and any such other bodies which do not ever have a website listing their policies to self-regulate these malpractices. The NBSA, which is a self-regulatory body, is a toothless and is known to disregard its own guidelines and orders, even when the member channels ridicule and shame dead celebrities. The NHRC, the National Human Rights Commission, has maintained silence on the subject and pushed the responsibility on the state executives. A politically owned Neo-Hindutva media channel aired a media report which it accused the ASMT leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Parameshwaram, of raping his own biological mother, a Hindu nun, on the occasion of his father's sad demise. The channel went on to justify their sad sexual objectifications of Hindu nuns, terming it as an unbiased reporting. Indian courts are unwilling or unable to protect the ASMT women, especially the nuns and the children who are subject to this media persecution. The Indian media kept marginalizing the ASMT nuns and girls with the defamatory sexualized allegations. In 2017, a court penalized a neo-Hindutva media to the tune of $5 million for a civil conspiracy and defamation targeting the ASMT community. This is the largest penalty against any Indian media. This did not remedy the damage as the other media channels and journalists continued the smear campaign. On 2nd of March 2010, the sensational and repeated screening of the fabricated deepfake video purporting to show the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with Ranjita, a well-known Indian film actress, spread and was followed by a series of sexual assaults on the Hindu ASMT nuns by state police, aesthetic militants of the state, and the Neo-Hindutva terrorist. On 7th of June 2012, Bengaluru, Neo-Hindutva militants attacked on the ASMT monastery. Several ASMT nuns were raped. The Chief Minister of Karnataka was in direct complicity and had publicly declared the government's stand to persecute the ASMT leader and his community. On 17th of September 2013, the Karnataka State Department of Women and Children forcibly, cruelly, and illegally interrogated children in the ASMT school, which is Gurukul. The interrogation was done without the consent of the parents, with no video recording of the examiners, late night beyond the time permissible by law. The state interrogators shamed and ridiculed the children, particularly girls, of their dress, pressurized them to quit their spiritual religious lifestyle, and forced them to eat unhealthy substances avoided by as per the lifestyle of the ASMT community. The lawyer of the school was sued by the state for intervening in the violations of the rights of the children and the parents. Such raids were conducted by the state, and many other vexational legal proceedings and orders were executed by the state to forcibly shut down the school. On 28th of October 2015, an ASMT female monk was molested and escaped an attempted rape by a Neo-Hindutva militant. On 18th of January 2018, the young female nun, Nityanandita, received death threats over phone for voicing out against defamatory sexualization of Hindu female saint Andal by politically owned media. Several obscene morphed videos depicting Nityanandita and the ASMT children were uploaded on social media by unknown groups. In November 2019, the Gujarat State Government CWC Child Welfare Commission officials raided the female monastery and molested the children studying there. The CWC officials were pulled up by the parents of these children in the High Court. The police complaint against the state authorities were closed without investigation, and the petition to the court was forced to be withdrawn by the court. Instead, a false case was charged against the women Hindu heads, and they were kept under the custody for almost 3 months. The only women monastery and the Hindu university was destroyed. The false case is still not closed. Such targeted persecution of Hindu nuns and female religious leaders is not limited to ASMT, but aimed at destroying the rights of the indigenous female spiritual leaders. Vexatious litigations have been used to persecute female Hindu spiritual leaders on absurd allegations of indecent dressing, booking in under anti-superstitious law. So, So what we have seen today is essentially the glorious contributions from the Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the entire humanity and the deadly Hindu Holocaust that happened in 3 different phases, and several contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his ASMG community, which revived the legitimacy of Sanatana Hindu Dharma more than 26 years, and how especially the female monks and the children of the ASMT community is targeted by the neo-Hindutva groups and the paid media. So the report has been published and acknowledged by the United Nations, and the voice of the Hindus is being heard for this. So now we will be entering into the celebrations of Guru Purnima from the Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya from Bidadi, Bangalore. So stay tuned to join us for the celebrations of Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, and we'll be right back.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
Everyone who is participating in this puja to come. Everyone who is participating in this puja to come and settle down.
Nityanandam, welcome to the 6th day of the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam. Today we celebrate the Advaita Sampradaya. In the Utsava Mandapam, the presiding deity is Paramashiva in the form of Jnana Dakshina Murti, who is here sitting and playing the mystical Rudra Veena. The Veena is a representation of pure knowledge of enlightenment that is played by Jnanadakshinamurti to invert and awaken the non-mechanical parts of the brain and to give enlightenment to all. This is the way that jnana or knowledge was imparted in Sanatana Hindu Dharma from Paramashiva to Parashakti, and then from her to Mahavishnu, and then to the rest of the world. The Paramaguru, Swamiji's guru in the Advaita Sampradaya, is none other than Annamalaya Swamigal, who in the recent satsangs Swamiji declared his geniusness and the greatness of Annamalaya Swamigal in his simple lifestyle, yet even though he lived such a simple lifestyle, he radiated such power and enlightenment. The Murti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is seated in a unique posture, displaying the courageous act that Swamiji did unto himself while trying to experiment with the truth that was revealed by Annamalaya Swamigal to him. Annamalaya Swamigal was going on declaring to him that the soul cannot be touched by anything. You are beyond pain. You are beyond all the body. As soon as Swamiji figured this out, as soon as Swamiji heard this, he had the courage to experiment with this truth. He wanted to see this truth as a reality in his life. So he immediately went home, took a knife, and cut his thigh to see whether he'll really have pain. Of course, pain came, and when he went back to Annamalaya Swamigal and reported that he had pain, even though Annamalaya Swamigal told him that he will not have pain, he had pain. Annamalaya Swamigal recognized the geniusness that Swamiji had and told him that his courage to experiment with the truth was what will take him to having the experience of the truth. So Annamalaya Swamigal told him to sit and contemplate the source of the thoughts, contemplate from where the source of the pain comes. And so Swamiji had done so, sitting on the Pavlakundra on the Buddha Purnima day, and on that very day, in the evening time, Swamiji experienced the 360-degree experience, the enlightenment experience itself. We celebrate today the Advaita Sampradaya and offer today the Uttamottama Paksha Mahaguru Puja. The Guru Puja is a unique celebration of the overflowing gratitude and love that we offer at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Guru, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. Puja is a means to honor the Guru with our love and devotion. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Guru is everything. He is the father, mother, teacher, dear friend, beloved, protector, liberator, and the living deity itself, the Sachala Murti. We must know that the happening of the Guru in our life is the direct and ultimate blessing of Paramashiva and Parashakti and all the gods and goddesses. In the Paushkaragama, Paramashiva reveals that the moment when the seeker has come to a maturation of all of his karmas and is seeking liberation from this Janma Marana Chakra, he longs to be liberated, and in that moment, Paramashiva happens in his life in the form of the Guru and gives him Diksha, the initiation. This is Paramashiva's promise that he will happen in our lives. And in the same Guru Gita, Paramashiva reveals to Parashakti the divine shloka, Dhyana Moolam Guror Murti, Puja Moolam Guror Padam, Mantra Moolam Guror Vakhyam, Mukti Moolam Guror Kripa, declaring that the original root and essence of meditation is the Murti, the form of the Guru. The original root of worship is Padam, the Guru Padam, the feet of the Guru. The original root of mantra is the Vakyam, the Guru's word, and the original cause of liberation is the Guru Kripa, the Guru's grace and compassion. We offer today the Uttamottama Paksha Mahaguru Puja, which is the best of the best services from various temple traditions. Hinduism is a compilation of tens, thousands of sampradayas religious spiritual traditions keeping enlightenment science alive. These sampradayas are maintained in various temples, Veda Pathashalas, Adhinams and monasteries, keeping all of the Sarvagnya Pitas and the traditions alive, keeping the ecosystem of the spiritual enlightenment alive. In this puja, we worship our beloved Guru with all the grand paraphernalia kept alive in all these specific temple sampradayas. The temple sampradayas include those of the Venkateshwara Swami's temples, of those of the PARASHAKTI Mariamman temples, those of the temples that follow the Tantra of Kularnama, those temples that follow the offerings of Subramanya and the worship of the Ganga in Ganga Arati, as well as the worship of Arunachaleshwara in Tiruvannamalai, and also Chokkanatha Swami Somasundareshwara himself in Madurai. Taking the best of the best from these various temple traditions, we are celebrating today by chanting the choicest Veda mantras in the divine ambience where all the gods and goddesses come together to honor our Guru. Offerings are ornamented with traditional temple music and will be presented before our Guru. The rarest and most special ingredients and traditional procurements will be offered at our beloved Guru's feet. This grand offering is done with deep love and reflecting the highest sacred sentiments. The Guru Gita declares that the Guru's pada is rare even for the Garudas, the serpents, the Gandharvas, Siddhas, and all the Devas themselves. It also declares that knowing that the Guru alone is our entire wealth, we experience the knowledge of the self. We worship him, surrendering at his feet all of our richest and greatest offerings because we treasure our Guru, Swamiji, as the highest wealth in our life. The space of the Guru's feet is the rarest and ultimate even for the gods, and the highest fortune to offer the Guru, the best of the best offerings from all the traditions, is what we are going to have as a spectacle today. Bhagavan is described in the Vishnu Purana as the one who possesses the attributes of superhuman power, completion, strong willpower, right fame, auspiciousness, knowledge, renunciation, and so many other good qualities. This person who has these qualities is known as Bhagavan. Today, to our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, we offer the Uttamattama Paksha Maha Guru Puja. We kindly request all the participants physically here in the Kailasa's Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya and all those participating around the world to declare the following statements with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to these statements, please say yes loudly with authenticity and declare them strongly from your inner space. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth. Cosmic energy exists.
Yes.
I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that whatever I offer in the Uttamattama Paksha Mahaguru Puja at the Divine Lotus feet of this Utsava Vigraha of Swamiji will reach the cosmic source of energy directly.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. The deity that is there before us is the Utsava Vigraha, blessed directly by Swamiji. This deity is an Archa Avatara. It is Swamiji's physical deity, meaning it has the living energy and it breathes just as he breathes. It is in our capacity to open our eyes and senses. All of the elements in the ritual today are only a support for us to be able to connect with his energy that is here very much here with us today. Whether it is the samarams or the flowers that are offered or the various colored alankara that is done, whether it is the incense that are done, whether it is the lamps that are shown, all of these are offered to him as a gratitude, but all of these also elevate our very space to be able to receive his energy. We are surrounded by the paraphernalia of gajas and all of the sacred animals and various different sacred things in Hinduism. Decorating yourself and coming yourself to be present in this ritual is one of the best ways to be able to participate in this ritual. With this, let us begin the ritual of the Uttamottam Bhavaksh Mahaguru Puja. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalate Tripundri Nitilagrita Kasturi Tilagaha Spuran Maladhara Spurita Gadigopina Vasanaha Tadano Dushtaram Chirasi Bhanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshaya Dvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Adhya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito. The following is the Pravaram, the chanting that declares the conscious, political, social, economical, and all of the sovereignty that Bhagavan is. When we chant the Biradavalli, we declare the truth of the Avatara Purusha happening in our lives and declare his grandness, and we celebrate his happening in our lives. So along with me, please chant Swamiji's very Pravaram. Shri Kailasonnadadvadashanta Shyamala Pitharuda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Vinnaswarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sthanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gama Sarabhuta Dravida Veda Prabhaktre Shrimat Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Mukta Maya Chaturashrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinhakahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyayapa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramada Kalapa Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapana Shakyadi Mandakar Nivarana Jnana Banu Vikshana Narhara Dvodochedana Purvaka Srimad Vrishabhadvaja Sthapaka Shaiva Samaya Gartre Sarvajna Pitharuda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarudrita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavatyuttara Dushatatama Guru Mahasannidhana Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Treyasrimshaduttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhana Dyotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimmasana Pita Kartre Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasvatamanu Ikshwaku Harishchandra Bhagiradash Shri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadya Navachinna Sarvabhoma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Suryavamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdhabhishekta Chudamane Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punarudrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Shri Mahaganapati Samaramba Navachinna Pitadishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atala Pita Ashtottara Sahasratama Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Atala Pitadishwara Dharma Mukti Swarga Puraswarna Pita Treyo Vimsha Guru Mahasannidhana Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Shrimad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Varya Satchitananda Pranava Swarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Shrimad Jagat Guru Shri Lashri Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham Tesham Padaravindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartham गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्यर्थं भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवप्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्यजीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव उत्तमोत्तम भक्ष महागुरु पूजां च करिष्ये. We will now chant the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Internally, remember Guru in your internal space and offer to him all the best and all of the things that are there inside your inner space. Without leaving anything out, surrender everything at Swamiji's feet. Om Hrid Padmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamrutehi Padyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Amrutena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chasmridam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam Pragalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranan Pragalpayet Tejastattvam Chadipartham Naivedyam Syat Sudham Buddhihi Anahatadvanirgantha Vayutattvam Chachamaram Sahasraram Bhavechatram Shabdhatattvam Chagitagam Nrityam Indriya Karmani Chanchalyam Manasastatha Sumekalam Padmamahalam Pushpam Nana Vidam Data Amayadyer Bhava Pushpehi Archayet Bhava Gocharam Amayam Anahankaram Aragam Amadham Tata Amohagam Madambam Cha Advesha Akshobhakau Tata Amadsaryam Malobam Cha Dasapushpam Vidurbudaha Ahimsa Paramam Pushpam Pushpam Indriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Kshama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Cha Panchamam Idi Panchadasir Bhava Pushpehi Sambhujayet Bhagavantam Shri Nityananda Paramashivam. Now begin the Upachara Puja, the external worship, the grand worship of this part of this puja. The first offering is asanam. The Suvarnasanam is the offering of the traditional throne made of gold. As per the Agamas, gold represents the tattva of Agni or fire. Agni is Pavaka, that which purifies. Gold is considered ever pure. Bhagavan is the most pure and purifies all who just have a glimpse of him. Invoking the deepest sacred sentiments, let us offer asanam and worship the asanam, the throne that Bhagavan is seated on today, chanting the mantras from the Upanishad, declaring the bliss from which Bhagavan originates. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat
Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Asana Priya Swarnasanam Avadharaya Om Anando Brahmeti Vyajanate Anandadhyeva Khalvimani Bhutani Jayante Anandena Jatani Jivanti Anandam Prayantyabhisamvishantiti Saishabhargavi Varuni Vidya Paramevyo Manpradishtita Ya evam Veda Praditishthati Annavanannado Bhavati
महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन महान् कीर्त्या
Next offering is Swagatam. The Rajya Swagatam, or the welcoming of the king, is that which is waited even by the gods and the goddesses. In our puja, we declare that even the gods and the goddesses wait in queue to have the darshan of the person we are welcoming today, our beloved Bhagavan. And just by welcoming him, all of our karmas are fulfilled, completed, just by having his darshan. Bhagavan Swamiji is the Raja Sannyasi. We welcome him with all the regal paraphernalia of a king, with all the chamara, chatra, purnakumbha, invoking the deepest sacred sentiments. Just as Ayodhya welcomed back Sri Ramachandra after his exile, with their love, awaiting him for the last 14 years, with that same deep love and deep sacred sentiment, we now welcome our beloved Bhagavan. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव स्वागत प्रिय राज्य स्वागतम अवधारया।
ओम न कर्मणा न प्रजया धनेन त्यागेनैके अमृतत्वमानशुः परेण नाकं निहितं गुहायां विभ्राजते तद्यतयो विशन्ति वेदान्तविज्ञानसुनिश्चितार्थाः संन्यासयोगा यतयः शुद्धसत्त्वाः ते ब्रह्मलोके तु परान्तकाले परामृतात् परिमुच्यन्ति सर्वे दह्रं विपापं परमेष्मभूतं यत्पुण्डरीकं पुरमद्य सद्गस्तं तत्रापि दह्रं गगनं विशोकस्तस्मिन् यदन्तस्तदुपासितव्यं यो वेदादौ स्वरः प्रोक्तो वेदान्ते च प्रतिष्ठितः तस्य प्रकृतिलीनस्य यः परस्य महेश्वरः।
The next offering is the offering of Padyam, the offering of the water to wash the feet. The space, as we have mentioned before, of the Guru's feet is rare to even the gods and all the goddesses. The offering of Padyam that we are going to offer today is the worship of the Paduka, the footwear of Paramashiva. As per Srimad Kamikagama, it is followed in the Madurai Meenakshi temple, and it is offered to Sokkanada Somasundareshwara Swami himself every night before the Paliyere Seva. This is a very beautiful ritual to witness, and it involves the Abhisheka and also the ornaments and the garlanding of the Padukas of the Paramashiva himself. Bhagavan is Sokkanada, he is Somasundareshwara himself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and offer this Padya Seva to him. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव पादाभिषेक प्रिय पादाभिषेकम् अवधारया।
अनंत संसार समुद्रतार नौकाजिताभ्यां गुरुभक्तिदाभ्यां वैराग्यसाम्राज्यद पूजनाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां कवित्ववाराशि निशाकराभ्यां दौर्भाग्यदावां बुधमालिकाभ्यां दूरीकृतानम्र विपत्तिताभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नताययो श्रीपतितां समीयुः
कदाचिदप्याशु दरिद्रवर्याः मूकाश्च वाचस्पतितां हिताभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नालीकनिकाशपदाहृताभ्यां नानाविमोहादि निवारिकाभ्यां नमः जनाभीष्टं दतिप्रदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां कृपालिमौली व्रजरत्नकान्ति सरिद्विराजत् झषकन्यकाभ्यां नृपत्पदाभ्यां नतलोकपन्तेः नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् ॐ धूरसिधोर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वतितं धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामः ॐ श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमः धूपमाघ्रापयामि ॐ साद्यं त्रिवर्तिसंयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम् ॐ श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमः दीपं दर्शयामि ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा ॐ श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमः अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि निवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात् ॐ सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि
The Gurupadotakam is declared over and over again by the Sri Guru Gita. Paramashiva declares the greatness and the purification that the water that has washed the feet. It is known as Amrita itself, nectar itself. It can relieve anyone from any disease and cure anyone from any problem. We declare today that the water that is there that we consume, that washes the feet of the Guru, can end the cycle of karma, birth and death. It can remove the root of ignorance. It can help us attain the knowledge, the desire for the supreme knowledge of oneness with Paramashiva just by drinking the water-washed feet, the feet-washed water of the Guru. Let us now offer to the devotees the water that has come from after washing the feet of the Guru. Ajnanamulaharanam Janmakarnanivaranam Jnanavairagya Siddhyartham Gurupadodakam Pibet. The next offering is Arghyam. It is declared in many of the Tamil Dravida scripts about the sweetness it is to gather the puja items and the flowers and all of the herbs required for puja. Thinking about your beloved, thinking about your Guru, and even arranging the puja set is part of the puja itself. It is part of the deepest and most sacred sentiments in Hinduism. The offering of Arghya is the offering of various flowers and a combination of flowers and the favorite Dhruva grass of Paramashiva. This offering of Arghya is specially offered to Durga Devi in the Kularnava Tantra. Today, we offer with the deepest gratitude to Bhagavan, who is the embodiment of Durga, evoking the deepest sentiments of her very worship. We offer Arghya today.
देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव अर्घ्य प्रिय विशेषार्घ्यमवधारज ॐ मातर्मे मधुकैटभग्निमहिषप्राणापहारोद्यमे हेला निर्मितधूम्रलोचनवधे हे चण्डमुण्डार्दिनी निशेषीकृतरक्तबीजतनुजे नित्ये निशुम्भापहे शुम्भध्वंसिनि संहरा सुदुरितं दुर्गे नमस्तेऽम्बिके ॐ सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बिके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तु ते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तु ते शरणागतदीनार्थ परित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्तिहरे देवी नारायणी नमोऽस्तु ते।
The next offering is Achamanam, the offering of water for refreshing and cleansing the mouth and the hands of our beloved Bhagavan. This offering hails from the traditions of Tirumala Tirupati, which follow the Vaikhana Agamas that describe the grandest offerings that are made to Sri Venkateshwara Swami. Bhagavan is Venkateshwara himself. Let us invoke the deepest sacred sentiments and offer to him the refreshing waters of Achamanam according to the Vaishnava Agamas that are offered to Sri Venkateshwara Swami in Tirumala. Invoking those same sacred sentiments, we offer Achamanam to our beloved Bhagavan.
देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव आचमनप्रिय शीतलाचमनमवधारय। लवङ्गघनसारसुगन्धितीर्थम् दिव्यं वियत्तरितु हेमघटेषु पूर्णम् कृत्वाद्यवैदिकशिखामणयः प्रहृष्टाः तिष्ठन्ति वेङ्कटपते तव सुप्रभातम् भास्वानुदिति विकचानि सरोरुहाणि सम्पूरयन्ति निनतेः ककुभोऽङ्गाः श्रीवैष्णवाः सततमर्थितमङ्गलास्ते धामाश्रयन्ति तव वेङ्कटसुप्रभातम् ब्रह्मादयाः सुरवरासमहर्षयस्ते सन्तः सनन्दनमुखास्त्वतयोगिवर्याः धामान्तिके तव हि मङ्गलवस्तु हस्ता श्रीवेङ्कटाचलपते तव सुप्रभातम्।
The next offering is Madhubarka, the offering of the nectarine drink that is offered to Bhagavan to give a sweet and warm welcome to him. The Trisuparna Suktam of the Yajurveda is recited when the food offerings are made to the deities in traditional Vedakamic temples. The meaning of the mantras render tremendously life-positive vibrations, declaring that the whole cosmos and praying that the whole cosmos happens in one's life in a sweet and beautiful and beneficial manner. All of the things in the cosmos are described, from the deities to the cows in our lives, are described as sweet and are worshipped and are invoked in the same sacred sentiments that are chanted in the Vedam. Let us offer the Madhubarka to our beloved Bhagavan. Deva Devottama Devada Sarvabhauma अखिलाण्डकोटि ब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव मधुपर्क प्रिय मधुपर्कम् अवधारय।
ॐ मधुवातारताय देवधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नः सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिवगुम्रजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुम् अस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु मधु मधु। ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। मधुपर्कं निवेदयामि।
The next offering is Gandhatailam, the offering of the scented oil. The Subramanya Bhujangam describes the most beautiful and handsome deity of Subramanya Swami, who is the very son of Paramashiva. The beauty of his form is described in a devotional way in the Subramanya Bhujangam. The Guru Gita says that by the constant remembrance and the meditation on the Guru's form alone, all of the karma of one's soul is disattached from the soul and one achieves Brahman. And there is no doubt about this, Paramashiva declares in the Guru Gita. When we have Guru in our lives, Swamiji says, when we have Guru in our lives, we don't even need to worry about enlightenment. We just have to have the enlightened body language of the Guru. The Gandhatailam, the scented oil, is Bhagavan, is offered to the body of Paramashiva here as Bhagavan himself. Invoking the highest sacred sentiments, let us offer the Gandhatailam to him. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhoma Akhilanda Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Gandhataila Priya Gandhatailam Avadharaya.
सदा बालरूपापि विघ्नाद्रिहन्त्रि महादन्ति वक्त्रापि पञ्चास्यमान्या विधीन्द्रादिवृग्या गणेशाभिधाम्ये विधत्तां श्रियं कापि कल्याणमूर्तिः जानामि न जानामि चार्थं न जानामि पद्यं न जानामि गद्यम् चिदेकाषडास्या हृदि द्योतते मे मुखान्निस्सरन्ते गिरश्चापि चित्रम् मयूराधिरूढं महावाक्यगूढं मनोहारिदेहं महच्चित्तगेहं महीदेवदेवं महावेदभावं महादेवबालं भजे लोकपालम् यदा सन्निधानं गता मानवामे भवाम्बोधिपारं गतास्ते तदैव इति व्यञ्जयन् सिन्धुतीरे य आस्ते तमीडे पवित्रं पराशक्तिपुत्रम् यथाब्धे तरङ्गालयं यान्ति तुङ्गाः तथैवापदसन्निधौ सेवतां मे इति वोर्मि पङ्क्तिर्नृणां दर्शयन्तं सदा भावये हृत्सरोजे गुहं तम्।
The next offering is the Abhishekam. The offering of the rice Abhishekam is offered today as a unique way as one of the favorite offerings of Paramashiva. The rice flour is offered in a powder form onto the deity of Paramashiva in all of the Shiva temples. Today we worship Paramashiva himself in the form of our beloved Guru and offer the Abhishekam.
देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव अभिषेक प्रिय अभिषेकमवधारय. ॐ यश्छन्दसां वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽद्यमृतात् सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया आस्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासं शरीरं मे विचर्षणं जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुमं ब्रह्मणः कोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय. ॐ मेधादेवी जुषमानान आगा विश्वाति भद्रासु मनस्यमाना त्वया दुष्टानुदमाना दुरुक्तान् बृहद्वदेम विदधे सुवीराः. त्वया दुष्टऋषिर्भवति देवि त्वया ब्रह्मा गतश्री रुदत्वया त्वयादिष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो दिशस्वद्रविनो न मेधे मेधां म इन्द्रो दधातु मेधां देवी सरस्वती मेधां मे अश्विना उभावा धत्तां पुष्करस्रजा अप्सरासु तया मेधा गन्धर्वेषु च जन्मनः दैवी मेधा सरस्वती सामा मेधा सुरभिर्दिशतातु स्वाहा. आमा मेधा सुरभिर्विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगती जगम्य ऊर्जस्वती पयसा पिन्वमाना सामा मेधा सुप्रतीकाजुषन्ताम् मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि इन्द्र इन्द्रियं दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि सूर्यो भ्राजो दधातु. ॐ हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्. ॐ शाङ्गं कुक्कुलोपेतं सुगन्धं सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् धूपमाघ्रापयामि साज्यं त्रिवर्तिसंयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहं दीपं दर्शयामि. ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि. ॐ हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्. सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः. कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि. Now, the next offering as a part of this Uttamottama Paksha Mahaguru Puja is the offering of the Vastralankaram and the Abharanalankaram, which is the offering of the clothes and the jewels for the Master, for Swamiji. The Guru is the one who removes the veil of Maya, of delusion to all of us. He reveals the highest truth of oneness with Paramashiva. Parandhama as Venkateshwara is the Alankara Priya. The richest and the purest silks are wrapped around the heavenly limbs of Tirumala, Tirupati. The Vastralankaram is the adornment of the most beautiful dresses onto Bhagavan. Also, we'll be offering the Abharanalankara, which is the offering of the traditional jewelry to Bhagavan. Venkateshwara is a deity that is bedecked with many ornaments, and the supreme, the most beautiful being in the cosmos, Shri Devi Mahalakshmi herself, resides upon his very chest. His darshan is sought out by millions and millions of pilgrims. Bhagavan is treasured by millions of people as the one who embodies all of their wealth. Invoking the highest sacred sentiments, let us now offer the Vastra Alankara and the Abharana Alankara.
देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव अलंकार प्रिय अलंकारमवधारय कमलाकुच चोचुक कुंकुमतो नियतारुणिता तुलनीलतनो कमलायतलोचन लोकपते विजयी भव वेङ्कटशैलपते सचतुर्मुख षण्मुख पञ्चमुख प्रमुखाखिल दैवतमौलिमणे शरणागत वत्सल सारनिधे परिपालय मां वृषशैलपते अतिवेलतया तव दुर्विषहैरनुवेलकृतैरपराधशतैः भरितं त्वरितं वृषशैलपते परया कृपया परिपाहि हरे ईशानां जगतोऽस्य वेङ्कटपतेर्विष्णोः परां प्रेयसीं तद्वक्षस्थलनित्यवासरसिकां तक्षान्ति संवर्धिनीं पद्मालङ्कृतपाणिपल्लवयुगां पद्मासनस्थां श्रियं वात्सल्याद्गुणोज्ज्वलां भगवतीं वन्दे जगन्मातरम् श्रीमन्कृपाजलनिधे कृत सर्वलोक सर्वज्ञशक्तनतवत्सल सर्वशेषिन् स्वामिन् सुशील सुलभाश्रित पारिजात श्रीवेङ्कटेश चरणौ शरणं प्रपद्ये आनुपुरार्पित सुजात सुगन्धि पुष्प सौरभ्य सौरभकरो समसन्निवेशौ सौम्यौ सदानुभवनेऽपि नवानुभाव्यौ श्रीवेङ्कटेश चरणौ शरणं प्रपद्ये श्रियकान्ताय कल्याणनिधये निधयेऽर्थिनां श्रीवेङ्कटनिवासाय श्रीनिवासाय मङ्गलम् लक्ष्मी सविभ्रमालोकशुभ्रो विभ्रमचक्षुषे चक्षुषे सर्वलोकानां वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् श्रीवेङ्कटाद्रिशृङ्गाग्रमङ्गलाभरणाङ्घ्रजे मङ्गलानां निवासाय श्रीनिवासाय मङ्गलम् सर्वावयवसौन्दर्यसम्पदा सर्वचेतसां सदा सम्मोहनायास्तु वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् नित्याय निरवध्याय सत्यानन्दचिदात्मने सर्वान्तरात्मने श्रीमद्वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम्
स्वतः सर्वविदे सर्वशक्तये सर्वशेषिने सुलभाय सुशीलाय वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् परस्मै ब्रह्मणे पूर्णकामाय परमात्मने प्रयुञ्जे परतत्त्वाय वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् आकालतत्त्वमश्रान्तमात्मनामनुपश्यताम् अतृप्त्यमृतरूपाय वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् प्रायस्वचरणौ पुंसां शरण्यत्वेन पाणिना कृपया दिशते श्रीमद्वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् दयामृततरङ्गिण्यास्थरङ्गैरिव शीतलैः अपाङ्गैः सिञ्चते विश्वं वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् स्रग्भूषाम्बरहेतीनां सुषुवावहमूर्तये सर्वार्तिशमनायास्तु वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् श्रीवैकुण्ठविरक्ताय स्वामि पुष्करिणीतटे रमया रममाणाय वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् श्रीमत्सुन्दरजामात्रमुनिमानसवासिने सर्वलोकनिवासाय श्रीनिवासाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलाशासनपरैर्मदाचार्यपुरोगमैः सर्वैश्च पूर्वैराचार्यैः सत्कृतायास्तु मङ्गलम् The next offering is the offering of the Divya Gandham, the offering of the fragrant sandalwood paste. The Shri Suktam describes the divine lingering fragrance of Devi Parashakti Mahalakshmi. The fragrance of bliss that Bhagavan radiates is represented by the offering of the purest of the sins to him. Bhagavan is Mahalakshmi herself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and offer the Divya Gandham. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटि ब्रह्माण्ड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव गंधप्रिय दिव्य परिमल गंधानवधारय ओम गन्धद्वारां दुरादर्शां नित्यपुष्टाङ्करीषिणीं ईश्वरीकुं सर्वभूतानां तामिहोपह्वये श्रियं मनसः काममाकोतिं वाचः सत्यमशीमहि पशूनां रूपमन्नस्य मयि श्रीश्रयताम् कर्दमेन प्रजाभूतां मयि सम्भव कर्दम श्रियं वासय मे कुले मातरं पद्ममालिनीम् आपसृजन्तु स्निग्धानि चिक्लीतवस मे गृहे निच देवीं मातरगुं श्रियं वासय मे कुले आद्रां पुष्करिणीं पुष्टिं पिङ्गलां पद्ममालिनीं चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः आद्रां ह्यकरिणीं यष्टिं सुवर्णां हेममालिनीं सूर्यां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः तां महावः जातवेदो लक्ष्मीं मनपगामिनीं यस्यां हिरण्यं प्रभूतं गावो दास्योश्वान् विन्देयं पुरुषानहम् The next offering is the offering of the Panchamukharchana, which is invoking the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the unending, infinite, auspicious qualities of Bhagavan. Long puja, sitting for an extended period of time and basking oneself in the highest sacred sentiments is what is real puja. Delaying any other gratification other than the truth of oneness with Paramashiva and sitting for puja until we achieve the ultimate space of oneness, we worship the feet of the Guru. Om Vidyarupine Namaha, Om Mahayogine Namaha, Om Shuddhajnanine Namaha, Om Pinakadhrite Namaha, Om Ratnalankrita Sarvangine Namaha, Om Ratnamaulaye Namaha, Om Jatadharaja Namaha, Om Gangadharine Namaha, Om Achalavasine Namaha, Om Mahajnanine Namaha, Om Samadhikrite Namaha, Om Aprameyaya Namaha, Om Yoganidhaye Namaha, Om Tarakaya Namaha, Om Bhaktavatsalaya Namaha, Om Brahmarupine Namaha, Om Jagadvyapine Namaha, Om Vishnumurtaye Namaha, Om Puratanaya Namaha, Om Ukshvahaya Namaha, Om Charmavasase Namaha, Om Pitambara Vibhushanaya Namaha, Om Mokshadayine Namaha, Om Mokshanidhaye Namaha, Om Andhakaraye Namaha, Om Jagatpataye Namaha, Om Vidyadharine Namaha, Om Shuklatanave Namaha, Om Vidyadayine Namaha, Om Ganadhipaya Namaha, Om Praudapasmriti Samhartre Namaha, Om Shashimaulaye Namaha, Om Mahaswanaya Namaha, Om Samapriyaya Namaha, Om Avyayaya Namaha, Om Sadhave Namaha, Om Sarvavedairalankritaya Namaha, Om Haste Vanhidharaya Namaha, Om Srimate Mrigadharine Namaha, Om Vashankaraya Namaha, Om Yajnanathaya Namaha, Om Kratudvamsine Namaha, Om Yajnabhoktre Namaha, Om Yamantakaya Namaha, Om Bhaktanugrahamurtaye Namaha, Om Bhaktasevyaya Namaha, Om Vrishadhvajaya Namaha, Om Bhasmodhulita Vigrahaya Namaha, Om Akshamaladharaya Namaha, Om Mahate Namaha, Om Trajimurtaye Namaha, Om Parabra Om Nagarajairalankritaya Namaha, Om Shantarupaya Mahajnanine Namaha, Om Sarvaloka Vibhushanaya Namaha, Om Ardhanarishwaraya Namaha, Om Devaya Namaha, Om Munisevyaya Namaha, Om Surottamaya Namaha, Om Vyakhyana Devaya Namaha, Om Bhagavate Namaha, Om Ravichandragnilochanaya Namaha, Om Jagadgurave Namaha, Om Mahadevaya Namaha, Om Mahananda Parayanaya Namaha, Om Jatadharine Namaha, Om Mahayogine Namaha, Om Jnanamalairalankritaya Namaha, Om Vyomagangajalasthanaaya Namaha, Om Vishuddhaya Namaha, Om Yataye Namaha, Om Urjitaya Namaha, Om Tattvamurtaye Namaha, Om Mahayogine Namaha, Om Mahasaraswatapradaya Namaha, Om Vyomamurtaye Namaha, Om Bhaktanamishtaya Namaha, Om Kamaphalapradaya Namaha, Om Paramurtaye Namaha, Om Chitswarupine Namaha, Om Tejomurtaye Namaha, Om Anamaya Namaha, Om Veda Vedanga Tattvajnaya Namaha, Om Chatushashti Kalanidhaye Namaha, ॐ भवरोगभयध्वंसिने नमः ॐ भक्तानामभयप्रदाय नमः ॐ नीलग्रीवाय नमः ॐ ललाटाक्षाय नमः ॐ गजचर्मिने नमः ॐ गतिप्रदाय नमः ॐ अरागिणे नमः ॐ कामदाय नमः ॐ तपस्विने ॐ विष्णुवल्लभाय नमः ॐ ब्रह्मचारिणे नमः ॐ सन्न्यासिने नमः ॐ गृहस्थाश्रमकारणाय नमः ॐ दान्ताय नमः ॐ शमवतां श्रेष्ठाय नमः ॐ सत्यस्वरूपाय नमः ॐ दयापराय नमः ॐ योगपट्टाभिरामाय नमः ॐ वीणाधारिणे नमः ॐ विचेतनाय नमः ॐ मतिप्रज्ञासुधाधारिणे नमः ॐ मुद्रापुस्तकधारणाय नमः ॐ वेतालादिपिशाचौघ राक्षसौघविनाशनाय नमः ॐ रोगाणां विनिहन्त्रे नमः ॐ सुरेश्वराय नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः offering is the offering of the dhupam. The offering of incense wards off the negativity and rejuvenates the air with deep incenses. This offering hails from the traditional forms of offering the incense smoke to the sacred river Ganga on the ghats of Varanasi. Also the intimate way that the pujaris care for Andal Devi's hair with incense smoke in Sriviliputtur is one of the best examples of living and serving the Archavataras, manifestations in deities. Bhagavan is Devi PARASHAKTI herself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and offer the dhupam. Devadevottama devata sarvabhauma akhilanda koti brahmanda nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Dhupa Priya Dashanga Gugula Samanvita Dhupam Avadharaya Om Dhurasi Dhurvadhurvantam Dhurvatanyo Osman Dhurvatitam Dhurvayam Vayam Dhurvamasvam Devanamas Tasnitamam Vapritamam Dushnatamam Pandhitamam Bahutamamahritamasi havirdanam trigumhasvamakhva mitrasya tvachakshusha prekshemabhirma samvikha matvahi gumdishum Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha Dhupamagrapayami The next offering is the offering of the Panchadipam, the offering of the lit lamps. In the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Bharani and Kartika Deepam festival signifies the creation of cosmos and the final journey of everything back to Paramashiva. Bhagavan is Arunachala himself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and offer the Panchadipam. Devadevottama devata sarvabhauma akhilanda koti brahmanda nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Deepa Priya Panchamukha Deepam Avadharaya Om Uttipya Svajata Vedo Patnan Nirritam Mama Pashukistamakyama Vahadivanam Tadisho Disha मानो हि कुंसी जातवेदो कामश्वं पुरुषं जगते अभिप्रदज्ञागहि श्रिया मा परिपातय श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः पंचमुखदीपं संदर्शयामि The next offering is the offering of the Mahanaivedyam. The Padayal Seva is an offering of food items in a large quantity placed on a traditional banana leaf. This offering is a tradition to Devi PARASHAKTI MAHAMAARI Amman. Those who have MAHAMAARI Amman as the Kuladevata offer the Padayal Seva in celebration of any success or any prayer for success. It is in the Padayal Seva, the warm food is mixed before MAHAMAARI Amman and the priest takes morsels the mixed food and shows the food to Devi morsel by morsel for her to consume. Seeing Devi PARASHAKTI really partaking the food is the sacred sentiment behind this offering. Bhagavan is Devi PARASHAKTI herself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and all of the Padayal Seva. Om Vakratunda Mahakaya Koti Surya Samaprabha Avighnam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Om Shri Mahaganadhipataye Namaha Narikela Khandadvayam Nivedayami Om Madhuvatartayate madhuksharanti sindhavaha madhvirna santoshadhihi madhunaktamutoshasi madhumadparthi vrajaha madhudyaurastu pita madhumanno vanaspatir madhumagummastu suryaha madhvirgavo bhavantu naha madhu 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 amrite amritodbhave amritavarshini amritam shravaya shravaya swaha brahma medhava madhu medhava brahmameva madhu medhava Brahma Devanam Padaviv Kavinam Rishirviprana Mahisho Mriganam Shena Gridha Nag Swadhitirvana Nag Soma Pavitra Matye Tire Bhanne Hagunsa Shuchisha Dvasurantariksha Vedisha Dadhatir Duronasate Om Amrite Amritodbhave Amritavarshini Amritam Shravaya Shravaya Swaha Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha Mahanaivedyam Nivedayami The next offering is the offering of the Pancharati. The offering of Deeparadhana is the offering of flames in various towered lamps. The Jyoti or lamp has the unique ability to dispel darkness. When we light these towered lamps and offer them to our beloved deities, the lamps awaken and align our energy centers to receive the darshan of the deities. The upliftment of our energies and senses through combination of lit lamps and the rhythmic tunes of the Tirukkailaya Vadyam take us to a surreal experience of deity's darshan and transports us to the authentic experience of the Kailasa ambience. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव दीपाराधन प्रिय पंचदीपाराधनमवधारय। ओम सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते जो राजासन् राज्यो वा सोमेन यजते देवसु वा मेधानि हवीगुंसि भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वै देवानागुंसवाः स एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति स एन पुनः स्तुवन्ते राज्याय देवसु राजा भवति तदत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भाति कुतो यमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। सर्वोपचारार्थे सर्वमंगलवाप्यर्थे सर्वापराधक्षमापणार्थे कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि। The next offering is the offering of the Vedokta Mantra Pushpanjali. The offering of Vedokta Mantra Pushpanjali is a conclusory offering of the Mahaguru Puja, chanting the Veda mantras that declare the conscious sovereignty of the supreme point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam. We offer our love and gratitude at His Divine Lotus feet. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पुष्पांजलि प्रिय पुष्पांजलिम् अवधारय। ओम पुष्पं वेद पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चंद्रमा वा अपां पुष्पं पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति अग्निर्वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यो अग्निरायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वा अग्निरायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति वायुर्वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यो वायोरायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै वायोरायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति असौ वै तपन्नपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यो मुष्यत तपत आयतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वा अमुष्यतपत आयतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति चन्द्रमा वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यश्चन्द्रमसमायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै चन्द्रमसमायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति नक्षत्राणि वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यो नक्षत्राणामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै नक्षत्राणामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति पर्जन्यो वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यः पर्जन्यस्यायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै पर्जन्यस्यायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति स
संवत्सरो वा
अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यः संवत्सरस्यायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै संवत्सरस्यायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योऽप्सुनावं प्रतिष्ठितां वेद प्रत्येव तिष्ठति ॐ तद्ब्रह्मा ॐ तद्वायुः ॐ तदात्मा ॐ तत्सत्यम् ॐ तत्सर्वम् ॐ तत्पुरोर्नमः अन्तश्चरति भूतेषु गुहायां विश्वमूर्तिषु त्वं यज्ञस्त्वं वषट्कारस्त्वमिन्द्रस्त्वं रुद्रस्त्वं विष्णुस्त्वं ब्रह्मस्त्वं प्रजापतिः त्वं तदाप आपो ज्योतिरसोऽमृतं ब्रह्म भूर्भुवः सुवरो यो वेदादौ स्वरः प्रोक्तो वेदान्ते च प्रतिष्ठितः तस्य प्रकृतिलीनस्य यः परस्य महेश्वरः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः वेदोक्तमन्त्रपुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने सदाशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परावतार नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् ध्यानमूलं गुरोर्मूर्तिः पूजामूलं गुरोः पदम् मन्त्रमूलं गुरोर्वाक्यम् मोक्षमूलं गुरोः कृपाः ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
himself, as he is going to be gracing each and every one of us for the live Nityananda Satsang. I'd like to invite all of the viewers to come and please see and share the latest news from on the ongoing events and the agreement and the recognition of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, just in the previous segment, prior to the amazing Uttamottama Mahapaksha Guru Puja that was conducted by the Nityanandeshwara Paramashra witness, we had just had seen and imbibed for ourselves some of the latest developments regarding the recognition of the UN, who has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we were the UN, who has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we were being guided through by Ma Nityachalananda Swami and Ma Nitya Pranapriyananda about the freedom struggle of Kailasa, the sovereign nation, Hindu civilizational nation that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. And we were also being able to see the latest development where the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, I request if the entity operator one can project the link where the UN has officially recognized Kailasa for its ongoing work to eliminate femicide in India, and femicide specifically against Hindus. We'll just be projecting that link. I encourage each and every one to go to the link, see for yourself about this latest development, an extremely exciting news where the UN has recognized the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And among the persecuted communities and the leading advocates for eliminating crimes against women has recognized Kailasa, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has listed Kailasa as one of the persecuted communities, as one of the marginalized communities who has literally been victim at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces. So in just a few minutes, we'll be projecting that link. I request all of the viewers to go to the link and share this link in all of the social media platforms. Let us spread the word and let us do our small part in ensuring that this Hindu Holocaust, the genocide of Hindus for thousands of years, comes to an end, finally, by being recognized in the international platforms, in the international audience. Through this report that the UN has published on its webpage for the UN Special Rapporteur for against the acts of femicide in various different populations, UN has recognized how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the foremost leader to eliminate crimes against women, especially Hindu women. Yes, as you can see here, we have the link projected of where the UN Special Rapporteur for acts of femicide is listing Kailash Union and Kailasa as one among the persecuted communities, and who has seen and recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his work of bringing an end to the crimes against the Hindu women in India and the Hindu women all over the world. And in so many different ways, as you can see here, under a list of the persecuted communities. Kailasa is listed there, officially recognizing what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone, the persecution he has undergone. Now, over the last more than 2 decades, continuously, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been an advocate for the equal and infinite rights of all genders, and without discrimination, any kind of discrimination against any caste or background, religious background, any race or gender or sexual orientation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been leading and initiating each individual Hindu into and empowering each Hindu into living a empowered Hindu lifestyle. But the anti-Hindu militant forces were directly against this, because this was against their agenda to continue oppressing and subjugating the masses, subjugating the Hindus whom they were directly looting and profiting off of. Yet, over the last 2 decades, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked continuously so hard in order to ensure that the victims of crime and the victims of gender-based violence have a voice. And that is why today the UN has officially recognized and seen and given a voice for all of the victims of violence, victims of gender-based violence against Hindu women and against the women of Kailasa. And in so many different ways, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked in order to report these crimes done against the women in an international audience, has done so many different things in order to bring the research and studies of undertaken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to analyze exactly how the victims of femicide and gender-based violence are being treated. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought so many concrete measures which he has taken personally and brought Kailasa and revived Kailasa to take up the mission of improving the support to victims and any targets and vulnerable populations of femicide. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also ensured to report the good practices and the challenges of everything when it comes to femicide against Hindu women. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues as well to report to the international audience and to continuously advocate for the thousands and millions of Hindu women who are continuously being subjugated, oppressed, and undergoing gender-based violence around the world, only if they are Hindu. As you can see here, this is the official report that the United Nations has published, and where it specifies the crimes and violence that has been attacked against the women of Kailasa. And though this report only names just a few of the women of Kailasa who have been through so much of violence, still there are millions who have not had their voice heard yet. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to work to eliminate the crimes done against women and allow justice to be served in some way. Now, by empowering the female orders of the sovereign order of Kailasa, whether it is the Rudras and Rudyakanyas, the Sannyasinis, the Brahmacharinis, the Krama Brahmacharinis, or the Bhairavis, the Yoginis, everyone, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been actively helping the targeted individuals who are targeted for femicide and gender-based violence. And these specific lineages of endangered lineages of ancient of Hindu women are actually targeted for they're just simply for their Hindu lifestyle. And not only that, over the last 2 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously been empowering victims and targeted populations who are vulnerable to femicide and to gender-based killings and more different types of violence. And not only that, concrete measures have been taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to support and to heal the victims of violence and ultimately to prevent femicide. And we can say that among so many different leading organizations and so many different people, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the foremost advocate and foremost leader working to eliminate the crimes done against women. And we've seen, for example, in so many of the ancient sovereign Hindu nations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived just because it is Hinduism that he is reviving. So many attacks have been launched against the women of these Adinams and Sarvagnapitas and these ancient sovereign nations, these ancient kingdoms. And whether it is in Pavlakundru, in the ancient city of Tiruvannamalai, or in Chennai, in Trishulam, or whether it is in the ancient Hindu kingdoms of the Tanjavur, Tiruvarur, and all of these places, these primordial adinams which were established by Paramashiva himself, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. In every single way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working to empower the women in each and every one of these by providing a Hindu ecosystem where they can be empowered to live their most infinite possibility. And we can see some of the most devastating attacks, whether it is in Pavlakundru or Trishulam or in the media against so many women, directed attacks in order to sexualize and subjugate women and absolutely dehumanize women and Hindu women specifically, and even the sannyasis, the Rudrakanyas, and all of the yoginis, everyone. To attack them is ultimately an attack against the entire Hindu ecosystem, and ultimately to use them as and weaponize women against the destruction of the entire civilization. Now we can even see some of the extremely brutal and mortifying footage of the attacks that went on in Trishulam and Pavlakundru and so many other places. The various evidence that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally worked so hard in order to voice out, to bring the international attention and ensure that the victims of violence, of gender-based violence, the victims of so many millions, the voices of so many millions of women is heard, at least in some way, in the international audience, where they have undergone so much, and yet still not having a platform to voice out and to share and to heal from what they have gone through. Now, if we see the attacks against the Adinams specifically that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived, there are several female-only monasteries that were entirely attacked simply because they were ecosystems which were meant to empower Hindu women and which were meant to enrich the Hindu women to live their most infinite possibility. And across every single Adinam that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived, continuously, relentless persecution has been launched against them. If we see the attack in Pavlikundru, for example, over a series of just a few months, the entire Adinam was absolutely destroyed, and the women sexually assaulted, and the deities absolutely abused. The women were then illegally arrested, not even for any crime, but simply because they were there standing to protect the deities and protect the ecosystem. Yet they were absolutely physically assaulted, sexually assaulted, and some of them brutally raped. As you can see here, this is the mortifying footage of the sannyasis of Sovereign Order of Kailasa and the Hindu women who stand guard to protect the Hindu deities and to protect their entire ecosystem, who are just saving and standing with their lives to protect the Hindu ecosystem. Yet they are dragged, physically assaulted, sexually assaulted, and even some of them brutally raped. We can see here the destruction of the entire monastery of Pavlikundru in 2017. And these brave Hindu women, these brave sannyasis who took up the lifestyle as a sannyasi and took up this life in order to serve the whole world, serve the community, serve the whole world with the sacred sentiments of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, were absolutely dehumanized, raped, and violated to the most extreme. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism over the last 2 decades has been the foremost leader to work to eliminate the crimes against women and Hindu women specifically by ensuring that the Hindu women and their stories, their incidences of victimization and their experiences are brought out to the international audience. And today, we have seen how the UN has officially recognized what these women have gone through. And whether it is even the attacks against the Trishulam Adinam in 2017 in August, where literally women were stoned, cars overturned, where the women were brutally raped in front of the public. And there was so much done to destroy the entire Adinam. And a raid of 300 anti-Hindu militants had trespassed and destroyed the entire Trishulam Adinam, which was a female-run monastery that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was reviving in order to empower Hindu women. In that circumstance, we saw the brutal rape of our sister sannyasis. We saw the literal stoning of Hindu sannyasis, the destruction of property, and the most brutal violence that people have ever seen in this day and age. Cars being overturned and made sure that there was no way to escape. And literally each and every one of us being made to hold on, protect ourselves, hide ourselves for days inside of without any current, without any form of protection. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally ensured that the crimes done against us, the women of Kailasa, whether it is the sannyasis or the Rudrakanyas or the yoginis, in every single instance, to make sure that our voices and our hardship, our experience of extreme suffering does not go unnoticed and made invisible to the whole world. At least in this sense, at least after so many places being denied justice because of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because of his immense hard work to bring and revive Kailasa and to protect each and every one of us. Today, the UN has finally recognized the persecution done against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa. And in so many different ways, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has actually provided concrete measures to help prevent femicide and the gender-based killings and gender-based violence. And yet, despite having done all this, attacks continue against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and against specifically the women of Kailasa. And we have seen how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has provided physical protection through these ecosystems and ensuring that these ecosystems are shelters for any of the victims and the targets of the vulnerable population and the indigenous Hindu women, and also by as well providing and aiding each and every one of the victims with proven methods of healing from trauma and pain, and even by empowering women, Hindu indigenous women, with leadership roles, as well as improving and providing the empowerment for women to be successful in their traditional business and art. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done everything in order to ensure, in order to help empower women and eliminate the crimes done against women. Here you are seeing some of the attacks that happened against the women of Kailasa after a sannyasi was brutally raped and needed to be rushed to the hospital immediately. And in this women only Adina, so much of attack was done. And we're seeing the brutal amount of destruction to the whole property. Yes, and it is due to the ultimate grace, blessings, and the immense amount of hard work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally protected each and every one of us and made himself available continuously to uplift and empower humanity with the super conscious breakthrough. And every single day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing each and every one of us with the Nityananda Satsang, which we can now get ready for in just a few minutes. Let us now get ready for the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us chant the Mahavakya. And get ready for the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting the Mahavakya and let us get ready for the darshan of the incarnation of Paramashiva.
Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
கையிலையும் தரும் எட்டு தரிசனம் தன்னைத்தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையும் தரும் எட்டு தரிசனம் தன்னைத்தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் नमः शिवाय वेदरूपणे नमः शिवाय भूदाकरणे नमः शिवाय पुण्यमूर्ति नमः शिवाय नीलकण्ठने नमः शिवाय नीयं नानुमे नमः शिवाय नीयं नीरुमे नमः शिवाय तीदुं नन्रुमे नमः शिवाय आदियन्तमे नमः शिवाय वेदरूपणे नमः शिवाय भूदाकरणे नमः शिवाय पुण्यमूर्ति नमः शिवाय सम्मणल पुळुदी सम्मुणल केसम सेन्दनल काற்று தினம் வீசும் மண்ணில் சந்தன குங்கும மங்கள ஒளியினில் அம்பல தாண்டவன் அலங்காரம்
who imparts enlightenment, jnana or medha-shakti. Through the playing of the Rudravina, he awakens the non-mechanical parts of the brain and opens the highest possibilities of oneness with Paramashiva. Swamiji's very own guru in Advaita Sampradaya is none other than Annamalai Swamigal, who served Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi personally, developing a deep devotional obedience towards Ramana Maharshi. Annamalai Swamigal imbibed the best of his teachings and therefore was able to live beyond his master in the physical plane and his representative with the same intense radiating energy. Swamiji often participated in Annamalai Swamigal's discourses, interacted with him personally, and even just went to sit and imbibe his divine presence. Annamalai Swamigal's main guidance in Swamiji's life is what is depicted in the Utsava Vigraha Alankaram here in the Kailasa's Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya. The deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is seen doing the experiment that onto himself when Annamalai Swamigal declared that the soul or the Atma is beyond pain. Swamiji wanted to sincerely test this truth Hence, he took a knife and cut his thigh to see whether he'll have pain. He had pain, and when he went back to Annamalai Swamigal praised him and said, "Your courage to experiment with the truth is what you need. Just find the source from where the pain is coming. Internalizing this truth and practicing this method, seated on the foothills of Arunachala, Swamiji experienced the superconscious breakthrough and had the 360-degree experience." Swamiji's powerful cognitions in the Advaita Sampradaya and contributions begin with the Shuddha Advaita Saivam. Swamiji has given to the world the ultimate science of Shuddha Advaita Saivam, which technically means the purest form of Advaita, according to which even before we realize that we are Paramashiva, even when we struggle with this realization, we are Paramashiva, and whatever we are manifesting in life, consciously or unconsciously, what we want or do not want, we only are able to manifest because we are the source, Paramashiva himself. Swamiji initiates all into the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the unclutching, and has given numerous lectures on various Advaitic texts, including the Ashtavakra Gita. Today, we offer our puja and respects to the deity of Paramashiva gracing as Jnanadakshinamurti, to our Paramaguru Annamalai Swamigal, and to the Utsa Vigraha of Swamiji gracing in the Tila Alankaram. Let us now offer our worship and puja.
Om Sahasradala Pankaje Varabhayakarambujam Vimalagandha Pushpambaram Prasannavadanekshanam Sakala Devata Rupinam Parechirasi Hamsagam Tadabhidana Purvam Gurum. तारकं नेमा विद्युतो भातिगुतो यमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्या सर्वापराधक्षमापणार्थे आनन्दकर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्ये सर्वमङ्गलदात्रे नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् ध्यानमूलं गुरोर्मूर्तिः पूजामूलं गुरो
Our Sakshavat Dandavat Pranams, we offer
ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர உள்ளொன்று புறம் ஒன்று பேசறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ஐயா ஊனறிய உயிர் உடலறிய மோன பெருவழியை நான் அறிய ஆணறிய பெண்ணலி அறிய ஆதி சிதம்பரம் நான் அறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சாமி புன்னெது பொருளது கண்டறிய போகமும் மோகமும் கொண்டறிய ஆசை பேராசை அறிந்தறிய அம்பலமாடியை மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஆகம வேதங்கள் படித்தறிய ஆறு குளங்களில் குடித்தறிய யாகமும் யோகமும் செய்தறிய கோமுகம் பார்த்து பணிந்தறிய சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர 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 சும்மா ஒருபோது இருந்தறிய சுத்த அசுத்தங்கள் பார்த்தறிய ஆத்ம நிவேதன செய்தறிய அர்த்தநாரீசன் அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர சாமி ஏடறிய சொல் எழுத்தறிய ஏற்றமும் தாழ்வும் நான் அறிய வீடறிய குடுங்காடறிய சோமசுந்தரனும் மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 சிவ